All right, let's test. Can we get some music going? All right. I think the music's going. Not 100% sure. Okay, music's going. Sound effects are live. All right, I'm going to tweet the tweets. All right. I've got a tweet to tweet, and then I'm good to go. All right. So, the ice is getting soft, but it's not melted yet. I'm going to pull an all-nighter, so I got an all-doer. Okay. So, this is my Save the Tatas Mountain Dew cup. And we're going to pop a top. Oh, yeah. Not one, but dos Mountain Dos. Oh, yeah. Okay, and now the trick is to not pour the Mountain Dew on my laptop. And the thing is, you know, just even thinking about it makes it more likely. It's like not the elephant in the room, but kind of like that effect. You know, speak of the devil. There we go. All right. Got some hardcore music. There it goes. All right, this is not healthy, but it's okay. I'm getting back on track on Tuesday. I'm getting back on track. See, it's not tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm going to be sleeping most of the day after the podcast. But so the thing is, I've been working on this. I was working on Webby, and then I accidentally came across this AI tool and Olama, and it really struck me as interesting, and I started looking more into it, and then, you know, one thing leads to another, and before you know it, oh, what can you do, right? Okay, I switched that a little bit. It's a little bit of a different flavor. I've been going straight corn syrup, and now I'm mixing it up. So, hey everybody, how's it going? So we're gonna figure out how to set up an Evo node, and oh goodness, I've got documentation for this. If you're updating master, see here instead, you need 4,000 dash. Let me go. I need to check and see what exactly it is am I gonna do here. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna open up this one too. How to create a no-fuss Evo node in V19. Okay, so this is old. Oh, man. Alright, I kind of remember this. The Pro TX thing. That's one of the things that I want to read. Oh, look! Boosty, boosty. Okay. I did have a bunch of Test Dash, T Dash once. I don't know what I've done with that wallet. It's preferably a hardware wallet. This is silly, by the way. Because the best hardware wallet is the piece of paper. The hardware, it's literally, it's 12 words, folks. It's 12 words. Paying $200 for an overpriced watch is not going to secure anything. The piece of paper is all you need. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so this needs more about specs. That's what I'd want to see here. Specs. What are the specs? Okay. Man. I cannot remember. It was about a year ago last time I did this. I think it was closer to 2 years ago last time I did this. And maybe not. Anyway, we got to figure out server configuration, how to set up an evolution node. Okay, send the collateral. I might watch this video. Let's see how long it is. 10 minutes long? Can we 3x it? Does this have any audio? Wow, how do they get the people to do the graphics on this? It looks so cool. All right, yeah, I don't really care about that. All right. Initial setup wizard. Okay, is this Linux trademark? Is Linux even trademarked? Okay, Dashmate. Send the all right, send the collateral. Wait, where do I get the collateral? Okay, let's see. T-faucet. You know, back when I was doing the stuff with CrowdNode, there's something because there was an so much for that. All right, I'm gonna need. Let me just see if I can get the node up first. I'll just get the node up and let it start running because it's probably gonna take a while. And I do wonder, are we gonna need? Do we need a full IP address for this, or is it going to be able to do negotiation? I think we're going to need a full IP address. Yeah, there's no, you do not hold collateral in a hardware wallet. There is no holding in the wallet. There is no, that it's not real. Oh no, that's not what I want. Okay. It's just the 12 words. That's what the wallet is. The wallet is the 12 words. The wallet phrase is the wallet. Okay. All right, let me go back here. I feel like we're missing. All right. Okay, I will go slower. I will read carefully. I'm just going to read aloud. Setting up an evolution masternode requires a basic understanding of Linux and blockchain technology, as well as an ability to follow instructions closely. That should have been the first line. It also requires regular maintenance and careful security. I don't know about that. particularly if you are not storing your Dash on a hardware wallet. But there, you don't. Dash is you don't. There's no such thing as store. Is on. Okay, I'm going past it. There are some decisions to be made along the way, and optional extra steps for increased security. I really wish that they would just get rid of the FUD here. Just be clear. You know, put the 12 words in your safe, and then you can use any software you want. But any software that you use, if you don't trust it, then it can steal your 12 words. If it steals your 12 words, then someone else has your money. So don't use software you don't trust, or hardware you don't trust, or paper you don't trust, although paper is less likely to be Wi-Fi communicative. All right. Commercial masternode hosting services are available. I'm curious to see what the price is on that. If you prefer to delegate day-to-day operation of your Evo node to a professional operator. It's kind of funny. When using hosting services, you retain full control of the Dash collateral and pay agreed percentage for your reward operator. Yeah. So this is just something that goes in when you sign. And we really should have a web interface for this. This is part of the work that we've done in Dash Incubator, is to get to the point where you can do that kind of thing easily. We started on a Dash Evo project, but we didn't finish it, and maybe we should have, and maybe we should resurrect it to be able to make the install easy. Well, I guess that's what this is going to turn into. That's what this is going to turn into is have a click install where you let's say sign into DigitalOcean, put in your API key and go. Or when we get payments through BNNA and Dash. Okay, it's also possible to delegate your voting to a representative. Yeah, I know about that. So this is basically in the message you send to the network, where the address that has the collateral on it, you can use that address to sign another public address or multiple other public addresses that fill these roles. And so the message that you sign with the collateral, you can keep that entire wallet, those 12 words, just use them once for that one task and never use them again. Okay, before you begin, this guide assumes you're setting up a single mainnet evolution masternode. If you're setting up data masternode, yeah. So we're going to do testnet. 4000 Dash, a wallet to store your Dash, preferably a hardware wallet, although a Dash Core wallet is supported. So one of the things that's a problem is we're going to need to get to part of the part that we're going to need to get to quickly is the downloading, because that takes forever. Linux server, preferably a virtual private server. This actually doesn't really, that's kind of redundant. I mean, if most likely what you're going to get is a VPS, but if you don't get a VPS, then then you are in the class of person that knows what you're doing enough to know that that's what you didn't want. That's the default. Whatever, it's fine. But I agree. Yeah, most likely with the current setup, with the inability to do the DNS lookup, that's probably what you're going to be stuck with, because you're not going to be able to use something more decentralized, because the primitives for being able to contact that have not been thoroughly set up. Anyway, for more information about host masternodes, see documentation below. Hosting services: CrowdNode, all nodes, Sid Hosting, Xamarai, Pool of Stake, Staked, Node Hub. We'll have to get BNNA on here at some point, I suppose. Okay. Documentation describes commands as they were entered in Dash GUI. Okay. Prefix Dash Core Dash CLI. Server configuration details. Whoa, what was that? That was new. Is this a pop-up? This is a plugin that they have, not. Okay, interesting. Interesting plugin. Okay, server configuration. Set up your VPS. Okay, hardware requirements. Yes, that's what I'm interested in. Let's see. Do they say what I say? Yeah, I think that this is about what I had figured out. Wow. Really? That's interesting. That's actually going to get prohibitive. because when you approach 1 terabyte, you are approaching an important limit. We really a terabyte. Okay, but I agree with these. I agree with these specs somewhat. If you could get faster single cores, that would be better. 8 gig plus 4. Yeah, I think that these match what I came up with the last time I did this. I updated documentation for this recently, very recently. As in within the last 6 months. Let's see, Dash Hive. Oh gosh. I don't remember where I updated it. Did we have here an example? Services. It might have been in this, in one of these. But I wish I could remember where all it was, because I had instructions. Oh, I think it's on Webby. That's where it is. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Dash D on Webby. 100 gigabytes RAM, 4 vCPUs, 30 hours for initial indexing on mainnet. Okay. Yes, that's where I did this. Okay, so we'll get the Evo node stuff up here too. It'll probably be a Dash D Evo or something like that. We'll get it so it's like one command and it runs. And then, yeah. Okay, cool. So I agree with that. That matches. You know, if you look at these two, they're very similar. So depending on how you do the calculation, 2x 2 gigahertz is equivalent to 4 vCPUs. And then 8 gigs with 4 gig swap. I don't think you need the 4 gig swap. Well, then again, this may be with the Evo nodes. You might need more. Or they might just be going with the old Linux adage of, 50% of your RAM is what your swap is. But I don't think that really applies in today's world. Certainly does not apply on VPSs. You will make your VPS service provider mad with you if you're over provisioning your RAM like that, because it's just going to destroy the SSDs. Okay, and then 80 gigs. I think that their minimums are off there. I don't think that you can get away with 80 gigs. Well, I mean 60 gigs. If you turn off all the indexes, but if you turn off the indexes, you can't run any of the services. So I'm going to go with 80 gigs is maybe the minimum. I think it's going to be more than that. All right. Okay, exact requirements are yet to be determined. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. This good sense. All right, server configuration. Send the collateral. Okay, am I reading very carefully? Once you have completed configuration, complete the remaining steps below. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to breeze through this. So you should never have to run sudo. I think that they're having run sudo there because something else is going on. Because you should. I can't think of any reason you'd need to run sudo for this. That to me indicates a security issue. If it requires sudo, something somewhere else went wrong. Oh, actually, that's not entirely true. There is one step that would require sudo, which would be adding this as a system level service. But other than that, and that should come at the very end, just one line. But to run an entire thing for this, okay. Evo master node. I gotta figure out where my faucet was. Let me see. So I want to search all things faucet across this organization. Code issues. Testnet. There we go. That's what we need. That's what we need. Okay. So I need to generate an address. Whoa! Not a robot. Yet. That's not a car. Yet. It's kind of more of a bus. Are we counting buses with the cars? Alright, promo code is Masternode. But we're going to have to run that promo code multiple times. Maybe we can run a promo code EvoNode. EvoNode. I'm going to try EvoNode. And then, oh, cool. I've got that saved from sometime. Let me go ahead and generate a new key here. So, oh, that's weird. Do we not get this right? Okay, there we go. So I'm going to go into projects dash. I'm going to call it WinEvo. Let's see if we can do. We're going to do dash keys. Do I want to create the full wallet or do I just want to create the test key? I forget how to create the test keys because I don't really do that very often. Dash keys. Oh, it'd be dash keys CLI. I have to go into the temp directory because otherwise it seems like it sometimes modifies the package.json. Alright, so let's do a couple of things here. We're going to go to the faucet. I always forget how long all this stuff takes, such that I should have done it a while ago. Okay, dash keys. Help! Alright. Do we have the test? Generate. Let's do help. Generate. So okay, I need to. I do not have a flag for Testnet on this. I need to get a flag for Testnet on this. Okay, so if not dash keys, then how will I do this? Well, there was the other dash message. I think it was something like 8C. Yeah, so you know what? I'm gonna try. Do we have that up? No, we don't have that up right now. Okay, let me go grab my little llama, my little O-llama. This will be something that may come in very handy, actually. So O-llama run. So O-llama serve. Let's see. Okay, O-llama. Whoops. Okay, since I did reboot my computer because I was having so much trouble, I don't have my SSH key agent up. There's a few other things I need to make sure all connected. Okay, now all that's connected. Okay. So let's see. Actually, I'm going to change one thing real quick. Okay. Cannot be found. Okay, let's see what's going on there. Oh. Okay, I gotta wait for that to install real quick. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out what one of these AI assistants knows about Dash here in a second. Okay, so connection refused. All right, it's coming. It's coming. There we go. All right. So I get my yay. All right, let's see. What are the Dash coin type hex codes? What is the Dash coin type hex code for Testnet? Let's see what it comes up with. That would be wrong. Okay, let's try this. Let me do the repo search. Oh, good. Okay. Dash testnet coin type. Oh, you know what? I know where we've got it. I know where we've got it because we documented this. This is documented, I believe, in Dash keys. Let's go to Dash tools here. So we got some documentation here. 0xcc mainnet testnet. There we go. Payment addresses. So CC. All right. That doesn't look right. Doesn't look right either. Isn't it supposed to start with a... coin type? Whiffs. I think it's supposed to be EF. Oh, yeah. That looks right. Okay. So it's supposed to be EF. Okay. Sign, inspect. Coin type 0xEF. Oh, I don't give it a file for this one. Okay, I get it. I'll just use the same thing again then. Okay, so this is correct. This is what we expected. That looks right. Okay. So, all right, and then here it's showing the address as starting with a Y. That makes more sense now. I thought it was something like that. Yeah, X and Y. All right, cool, cool, cool. So, what do we have? We have an inspect verbose. Putting the spaces in front so it doesn't actually go into my history. Not that it matters, but... What? Not defined? Fine. All right. Oh. That's definitely wrong. That's right. Okay, cool. So with that in mind, then, we should be able to look this up on Testnet, of course. So, insight, test, insight. There we go. So we should be able to look up this address. We should be able to see there's nothing there. Dash message, gen, coin type is EF for testnet. What did I just do? I didn't build that out as well. That's okay. This is one of the first tools I built was dash message. Learned a lot. All right, so there we are. Going through all this again. Hey, Joe, what's up? That's right. I'm back in action, doing the good work. All right, so first step is get some testimonies. Actually, step 0 is get a test address. Curl web install.dev dash message. Mac, Linux, Windows. Oh, whoops. Put the wrong URL. I put the documentation URL, which does work, by the way. Okay, get a test address. So, and then we literally take that and we put that here. Check that the mayonnaise arrived. That's what we're going to do momentarily. And then other notes. Setting up Evo node. Okay. Wait. Okay, so I could put an address. Whatever. All right, moving on. All right, so I need to go to the faucets. Let's figure out which of these faucets have the drippity drip. Enter your T-dash address here. Enter the code you see above, PHVTV. But wait, I need the master node. Write us on Discord if you need a more substantial amount, but I do. H7BTC. All right. Ooh. I got the T-dash faux show. All right. So Evo node. Oh. Crap. No more dash for you. Come back in 1 hour. You didn't give me any dash, fool. All right, well. Okay, I can't wait an hour. I might have to use the good old socks proxy. Let's see if we can just do this the dumb way. Let's go under application here. And let's go into, what is it? Application, manifest service worker, storage, clear site data. Okay. So, enter your dash address. Bicycles. We'll do what we can here. That doesn't have bicycle in it. All right. Master node. All right. Well, I'm going to go have to get an extra IP address real quick. I always forget. This is the most tedious part of the process. Actually, let me hit up Discord. Let me see if somebody can just give me a bunch. All right, I already thought Dash died. No AJ, no Dash. Is that simple? That is kind of how it goes. But turns out it's true. It's true. Dash did die. See that? That's death. Pew! All-time low. But I'm back, so it's going to get better. Can I get a cool 4000 T-dash? Who should I hit up here? Has anybody posted recently? Let's see, platform QA. This one. That doesn't have messages for years. Research, MISC. Dash core group. Where's the Dash devs, governance, development? There we go. Development. Where's development? Dev talk. Testnet. Oh, bother. All right, we're going to continue on. Testnet already registered. They did make that look cool. Wait. That was too quick. I need to see the other stuff. Okay. Okay. I may actually need to use the dash core node because so many of my tools I never did on testnet. It's not like a boatload of work to go implement the testnet flag, but I just hadn't done it. Okay. Okay, what? Can I get that thing to go away? Can we? Okay, there we go. Good. All right. Yeah. Whoa! No! I was in a good place. I was in my happy place. All right. Yeah, I remember this bit. So we can automate almost all of this process. Maybe all of this process at this point. So with the tools that we've built. And maybe that does need to be the next thing that we do, is just automate all this away. Or come back in 1 hour. Wait, come back in 1 hour? Wait, are you gonna sell? Are you gonna sell off a couple of master nodes? Man. Oh wait, are you gonna buy a couple of master nodes? Okay. Owner address. Yeah, see, this stuff, we totally can automate this away. Well, I guess you do have to select if you want to have a delegation or whatever. Okay. What is this Tinder Dash thing? Docker run entry point, Tinder Dash, RM, TI, get node key. Okay. That's interesting. So we have to have a separate key? What? Hold on a second. No, go away. I don't want you in the way. Alright. So we're using... Hopefully you don't have to use ED25519. But... I'm hoping this is just... Wait, tail plus 3 TRD space XXD SHASM head C40. Okay, so I don't think... I'm hoping... It looks like it doesn't have to be an ED25519. That would be annoying if you couldn't just use the keys that are easily implemented everywhere. Because here's the thing. In another 5 years, sure, everybody will use these. But right now, I don't know if we're there yet. Right now, we're still on... I mean, most... I think most are still using... Well, we may have tipped the scale between RSA and ECDSA. But I don't think we're at the ED stuff yet. Alright, anyway. Let's go on. Nope. I'm going to continue on here. Okay, come on. Alright, yeah, that's the SHA hash. Got it. So we're basically getting the public hash of the HTTPS certificate. If I'm understanding that correctly. Node key. Oh, no, it wants ED25519. Dang it. But, I mean, it's good that it's a standard key. It's just... It's annoying to do bleeding edge because it's just not implemented everywhere yet. But it's better than doing something completely custom. So, that's good. And I guess the idea is by the time that it arrives, it won't be bleeding edge anymore. I-CLI, ProTX, register. Yeah, we really could get this all automated. This is a long experience. Let's see, can we do the ProTX already? I think we can. I think we just sign and we broadcast. Register HPMN. Okay. This is the problem right there. The 184.155.86.109:... That right there is one of the major problems. That needs to be switched so that it works with just a normal host name and it doesn't require centralizing around the IP system. That you could just use a decentralized name service, DNS, the distributed name service. Okay. All right, and then others of these, you're talking about what are you... Okay, so this is your HTTPS key. This is your BLS key. This is your payment address. That's your operator address, operator percentage. I don't remember what that is, and I think that's probably your HTTPS port. That's some other port. So you're registering port stuff. Okay. All right, got it. How do you want to configure SSL? 0 SSL is the only option. Again, that's another problem with the whole... Yeah. We need to have decentralized certificate authority ability, and that comes through using the decentralized name system. When do we get the new cool wallet? Okay, so Jojo is working on the front end for it. Oh, whoops. Did I miss that? Oh, no. No, that's not what I want to do. I just wanted to go back a few seconds. So he's pretty far along. Okay, it's not that I don't feel like there's an extraordinary amount of work to do. I feel like it's a matter of getting focused attention on it for both Jojo and myself. So I haven't been working on anything Dash for a while because, well, honestly, when the Dash price tanked, I realized, oh crap, I've been working near full time at Dash. It's been my primary source of income. So with the price tanking, then I had to go make sure that I had a secure financial future for myself to be able to pay for my house. Like literally, right? Because with the price tanking all the way down to $25, there's not enough money in the treasury for me to get paid. Or in the Dash Incubator treasury. There's not enough money for me to continue working as my primary source of income. It's too dangerously low. And then with Jojo, I don't know. He gets distracted. So that's the problem, is that for me personally, I've been focusing on other things for the last month and a half. And then Jojo, he needs more caffeine. So, but anyway, when do we get it? It's hard to say. I really wanted that to be a less than 6-month project, but there's always other things that come in and compete. Like, for example, right now I'm working on this Evo node stuff. So if it were completely focused effort, we weren't working on anything else, we just worked on the wallet, and that's what, the next 4 weeks looked like, I think that we'd be done, because all of the hard work essentially has been done. There was that period where I went through and I did all those dips and was able to specify how things should be standardized and all that. But it would be a web wallet, and we need to get native wallet to get all the functionality that, people would want. So apparently some people get really scared about URLs because they think that the decentralized name system is, they don't understand it's decentralized, I guess. And then there are, so as long as it's a web product, in order to communicate between, and this is actually a benefit, right? If you want to pay someone via a text message, then you send them the money in the link itself. Now that doesn't ever have to go to a server, the details that are in the link, because, and I guess there's a lot of confusion people have about the web and everything. It's just a lot of FUD, I guess, because a URL, there's part of a URL that's reserved to never be sent to a server. So you can send private keys through a URL and they never go to a server. The server loads the application. It's kind of like when you open an app on your phone, you can open an app on your phone and then put information in the app that never gets sent to a server. That's, it's possible to do that. So you can have information that gets transmitted through URLs that doesn't go to servers. Anyway. Yeah, can someone buy Jojo some coffee, please? Well, he doesn't coffee, but he does do diet Coke. And yes, you're right. Okay, so I'm going to finish this here. Okay. There's just way too much of this holding this thing on the wallet. Just, yeah. We really need to get people to understand the actual security that you want in a wallet is for the money to be there tomorrow. If somebody's going to break into your house and break into your safe, you know, that's one of the reasons banks exist, I suppose. But if that's what you're worried about, then, you know, if that's the kind of person you are, you can memorize the 12 words, you know, like if that's the kind of person you are. But I think that these hardware wallets are just way too complicated for the average person. And then someone might think that their money's in the wallet, for example, that somehow the wallet has money in it, or you know, is capable of sending money, or it's very confusing, because it's really just a company got an idea that they could confuse people and make a lot of money off of it in the process by, you know, operating on basic misunderstanding of how a hash function works, or basic lack of understanding. Okay. Anyway, so this, I think I get all of this. Okay, I don't want to go through too quickly, but I think I get all the collateral stuff. The master node installation, manual installation. This is what I'm going to be going through, because we'll want to automate this, but we'll want to automate it in a simpler way. And I think part of the process will be to just generate all the keys ahead of time. So I think essentially all the decision about keys should be made in advance, and then run the whole process without ever having to ask a question. Because you don't actually need to do any installation in order to get any of those keys. You don't, the server is not necessary for any of what you saw in that video. All of that can be done offline up to the point that the proof of service checks start to happen. So the very, very, very final step does need to happen after the server's actually up and running. But it's kind of like, remember in the old days when, in order to install an operating system, you had to sit there and be present for the entire time for, you know, an hour, 2 hours, because occasionally it would just pop up and ask you a question. It's like, okay, creating your user account. Okay, setting up this. Okay, setting up your network. But nowadays, when you get a new computer, it says, okay, what's your Wi-Fi? What's your username and password? And then, you know, it'll ask you any questions it needs to ask you right up front. And then the hour-long installation process happens. And then you come back to the computer and it's just working. And we could do that as well. You don't need to have all this intermediary steps. You can just set it all up and then say, okay, go. All right, so we're not going to do Dashmate. We're going to do manual installation. And I think this is going to be the core value here. Dash platform will include multiple services, must be configured. Dashmate installed, recommend. Yeah, we're gonna wipe out the complexity of this. Okay, well this is good. So Dash Core 19. Okay, so first of all, I would like to. I don't know where these documents are hosted, but this should be a Webby line. Okay, so I am going to log into DigitalOcean, and I am going to set this up there. And the reason for that, rather than setting up on BNNA, is just because I don't know what all is required. I mean, I guess I could go ahead and do both. But what I'm worried, let me skip ahead. What I'm worried is that it's going to require that it's not going to be decentralized in the way that it manages ports. And that it will require specific ports, or have a specific requirements for the IP address and things like that. I'm worried that it's going to be way too centralized, and it's not going to allow for the use of decentralized protocols, decentralized port mapping, and if that's the case, then I'm going to have to use DigitalOcean, because they have central control over the IP address. There's central control over the port mapping. Whereas what we're actually banking on with BNNA is that you actually don't need to rely on centralized stuff. And because most people don't. Most people, you want to set up a web service, you don't care what ports it runs on or what the IP address is, like all that stuff. When's the last time as a user you went on your phone and you're like, let me put in Google's IP address. It's just not something you do, right? You use decentralized systems because they're a better user experience. But yeah. Okay, so let me go ahead. Create a droplet. All right, we're going to select LTS, of course. No, we'll go regular. We want to go cheapo. But we do need 2 CPUs. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe we should get it started on BNNA, because we're probably not going to be able to finish this tonight in full because I don't think I can get the test dash to be able to do it. Okay, and this right here, this is redundant. So the reason that this is redundant is so verify the authenticity of your download, right? Well, if somebody is able to hack into the system, if somebody gets the credentials that allow them to do the upload, then guess what? They have the keys because they have the credential. So this is one of those things where the old guard is gonna, they're gonna say, this, you got to do this. It's critical. But in reality, this is just complexity that doesn't have any real value, because see that S in the HTTPS, it's already signed. So if you don't trust your host, the reason that you used to do this back in the old days when it was HTTP was that when it was HTTP, it wasn't encrypted or signed. And so if you downloaded something, it was possible for a malicious coffee shop router or whatever it was a real thing that they could modify on the fly. I mean, this was actually a concept of HTTPS. There's just so many layers that have to be compromised, or that, if you believe that somebody can compromise HTTPS, well, then it doesn't really matter. Well, it's already documented. Well, what else do they need to compromise? Well, they need to compromise this, and they need to compromise this. So if somebody's got the power to compromise HTTPS, then they can already compromise the keys. And if somebody has the ability to get access to the binary files, well, then they already have access to the keys as well, right? So if I hack Pasta's laptop and I get access to his release keys for the binaries, will I also have access to his key for Keybase? Now, I mean, it's diminishing returns. That's all. That's the main point of this. Okay, but I changed my mind. I'm going to start out with this on BNNA, and we're going to see what works and what breaks. So let me get logged in here. Oh, I actually don't need to log in here. Hold on. What I need to do is go into projects, BNNA, and then into Proxmox SH, and then to Proxmox create, and I'm going to call this one WinEvo, and I think it was 1105. That's the one thing I need to double check on. Actually, let's see. Just 1 second. Yeah, I'm going to call this one WinEvo. I'm going to call it WinEvo 1. No, I'm just going to call it WinEvo. Okay, so that's getting set up. And then we'll need to go ahead and I will need to go in here because we don't have all the options set up yet. But we should see WinEvo. It's probably this one. It's being provisioned right now. Okay, it looks like it's been provisioned. So we'll go into WinEvo and we're going to add some resources. I know that I need to add a mount point. I know that we're going to use pool 0. We've got 4.4 terabytes. Disk size is, let's go ahead and make it plenty big. I'm pretty sure these expand as needed. So if we make it plenty big. All right, and this is going to be mount slash, let me see what I set this up as before. What did I recommend it to be? 100 gig volume dash. Oh, it doesn't matter what we call it. It's just as long as it's got dash core in the name. So dash store. We'll call it dash store, and we'll put in dash store. We'll put in dash core. We don't need to back it up because it's going to be blockchain data. Mount options. We can do lazy time. No dev, no exec, no SUD, and then we don't need any ACLs. We can skip, no, we don't want to skip replication. I guess we can. Sure, let's skip replication. That'll give us more storage. Okay, cool. All right, so that should be up now. And then memory, we want to go ahead and give it 8192, I think. And we're not going to do swap because swap is silly. And then we're actually going to go ahead and bump the CPU limit up on this one. And then we'll give it 3 cores, which is an odd number, but that's what we're going to go with. Okay. So there's our WinEvo node. So I'm going to go ahead and make an alias for this so that I can get to it quickly. All right, we're going to put this in my dash lab. Okay. And then I need to make sure that I actually update that with the caddy control. So we're going to go into sites real quick. Oh, and then what was the IP on this? Tell me what the internal IP is. There it is. Okay. That's good. Internal port 3080. Let's see what that turns into. Alright, so should be able to do WinEvo now. Oh, that's not a good sign. Let's try that again. Okay, no, that's working. Okay, so what went wrong here? Let me try the full name. Okay, maybe I may not have did I not have SSH set up on here? Which this is Ubuntu. Okay, so Ubuntu, no, that SSH should be up just fine. Network. Let's double check on that. Host name, WinEvo, yeah. Options. Start at boot? No. What? How did that not get set? Uh-oh. Looks like this is missing on a whole bunch of them. Maybe I turned it off for testing something and then forgot to turn it back on. Well, good to notice that now. Okay, so let me see. There's WinEvo, and let's just double check that I can get into Dash Wallet just fine. Okay, so what am I missing here? I think maybe something didn't get loaded. I'm gonna go check manually. Okay, I think maybe it just didn't load. Maybe the configuration didn't check out. This seems like it's a little bit slower than what I was expecting. Well, let me make sure that I don't remember where we put the, there we go, SI router. Memory usage. It looks like the memory usage is a bit higher than I would expect. So we might want to boost that up and investigate that later, because that seems way too high. Alright, what summary we have? CPU usage is what we expect. Memory seems way too high, but that could just be mostly caching. Network traffic, disk I/O. Okay, that all looks good. So we'll have to reboot that at some point. Let me actually see if I can tell. Okay, I'm looking at colors here. I need to check a backup real quick. Oh, interesting.
See the grains of hope still within you, sweet love star.
All right, let's see if the config change took now. Very confused about this. I need to check something else real quick. Let me go back here. Alright, so WinEvo should look just like this other one should be identical. Okay, WinEvo, hostname, internal IP, internal port, proxy path. I'm just checking the backup file to see if the backup file has the WinEvo server in it. It does. Everything looks right. What is going on then? Okay, other things are. I don't know what's going on. Hey, at Dash Incubator, are you a fan of The Critical Drinker or Nerdrotic? I am personally. AJ, yes. So I didn't see that 20 minutes ago. All right, I'm very confused. I think I probably entered in something wrong locally, because the other ones are working. So let me check my config here. Host name. I -D. Oh, I think I see what it might be. First record does not look like a teal instantiation. What? Okay, I'm gonna try one other thing here. Okay. Do you want to continue connecting? That makes sense. Did SSH just not get started on that system? Okay, I'm going to go into that system in another way and just see if SSH just didn't get started or something. That seems redonkulous, but I don't know how else to classify this. Let me make sure over here. That's what I created. An email. Everything looks right. I'm so confused. Okay. What did I typo? What did I typo? What is different? Did I misspell WinEvo or something? Well, here we are. Okay. I'm thoroughly confused, but whatever. We're good. Everything's right with the world. Okay. Oh, okay. Curl get vim screen zip xz. What else? I think there's one other thing. I always forget something. Throw hijack. Throw htop in there for funsies. Oh. Interesting. Okay, there we go. Now that's done. And now we can get back here. What? How are we back to that? Okay, so something's going wrong. Maybe there's a bug. I think there is a bug in I think I remember seeing this. I think the version of Caddy that we're running, I think there's a bug in it. We need to upgrade. I think that's what we're seeing. Yeah, 2.7.5. I think I remember seeing a release note, something about the reverse proxy handling. So that might be what it is. I have to look into that later. Okay, anyway, so we're in now. Oh, I remember now what I forgot. Fish. So we're gonna go into profile. We say screen-xrs awesome-s fish. So now I don't really want to go out of this because reasons. But here we are. Okay, so we got the server. We'll see how this fares. It meets all the requirements. It's just a matter of whether or not this is going to be using dynamic ports in a decentralized fashion, or if it's going to expect something different. But we should be able to run Webby-D. We already have a few of these nodes. And so that's 19.3. Do we need something different? 19.3.0. 19.3.0. Okay, and then there's a bunch of little helper scripts here that have been installed. We don't need to worry about that. Make directory, dash core, CP, CD, all this stuff. Dash D, we don't really need to worry about that. Let's see, masternode BLS, listen server daemon. Leave it commented out for now. Cool. All right, so we don't need that. The Sentinel thing is something that we don't need still. But, okay, to start the daemon, we're going to do testnet, right? So we're going to run... Okay, datadir. Mount... dash store... dash core. So really all we need to do is... Hey, what's up, James Doe? We just need to make this directory, of course. And then we need to chown dash r id dash u dash n id dash g dash n. So that is one step that... Oh, you know what? We should have run that before. Hold on. I'm gonna run rough this because I think that it's gonna be smart enough. I think it's going to be smart enough. Yeah, there we go. Should probably make that better. And this should stay to run it again. Oh, interesting. Parameter not set. All right, so we found a little bug here. It's good to know. Webby host. So I'm going to go open up a bug on this real quick. Or actually, don't we have a report? I think we have a report an issue. Alright. So I'll go ahead and do that. Alright, so problem. And then we're going to have workaround is going to be just Webby service mode. So I copied and pasted something. I'm wondering how that could be, because we're linting everything, but somehow it still wasn't set. That's okay. All right, so let's compare this to the official documentation, because basically it's all the same stuff. We're just taking a shortcut here. Well, not really even a shortcut. Okay, use HD, dash core, wallet dir, data dir, blocks. It would be interesting to import the 12 words. What's up, Artem? I'm building my future while I am watching you build the future of my future. Hey, whoa, Dash Italia, what's up? Hey. All right, so let me just double check. All this should be good. So we should be able to see no entries. Okay, no entries because I didn't do sudo. I do need to update that documentation. Okay, failed to start. All right, so we do need to figure out what that's about. So, you know, we've tested this a bunch of times, and I've yet to have it fail to start, so good to run into this problem. All right, let's go into its working directory here. Environment working directory. So we're going to go into the working directory. Interesting. And we're going to run the exact same command. Let's see what happens. Interesting. Dash D HD? Local opt bin. Whoops, local opt dash core bin dash D. So I didn't source the env file afterwards, which I should have. That instruction was on the screen, I just didn't follow it. Okay. And because I didn't follow it, it wasn't in my environment. Okay. So I know why that happened. So that, okay, that was user error. I didn't follow the instruction. But I am still going to have to pay the price of fixing it. Okay. So this is probably not the way to go. Cannot obtain a lock. All right, that's just fine. Okay, cool. Everything's good. Everything's good. All right, so that's on its way. I mean, this part I've already done a bunch of times, so that's not really that exciting. And then we're going to have ours is going to be different slightly because we are looking at Testnet. Oh, hold on. Wow, there's a number of things that I need to just have a fix for. We got the C locale problem. This is just general getting minimal container setup type of deal. RPP. Okay. So we're going to back out of this, and go back in. All right, now it shouldn't be giving me trouble about the whatchamadoodle. The colors and stuff. Okay, so dash core dash.conf. Do we have dash core test? Or the dash.conf has the test in it. Okay, there we go. So you can see all my RPC passwords now. But we're only gonna be using this for test. What's up, DJ to NY? DJ to New York? Okay, so let's just make sure we got the same thing. RPC user, RPC password, RPC allow IP. Yep. And then listen serve daemon. Let's see, do we have listen? I don't think, not sure. I remember this being in here before. So we might need to add that. And then external IP, I don't think this is in there. So I'm going to put, this might be Evo node specific. Why did they call it high performance master node? They should have, at worst, calling it Evo node. All right. Okay, did they tell us to Do external IP. This is the IP address of your VPS. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. All right, that's my IP address. I used Webby my IP for that because I'm cool. All right, so listen server daemon. I'm really interested to see what that's about. I think that I did have more documentation. Yeah, look, here we are. We got more documentation. Okay, so I do want to take a look at the configuration again to remind myself what this listen is about, because it seems like that would be default behavior. Enabled by default. Okay, good. JSON RPC commands. Okay. Tells dash QT. Now that's interesting. Oh, and dash D. Okay, got it. All right. So that is true master level stuff. Master level stuff. So that one's the default. Hey, did somebody send me that somebody send me the dash I needed? Oh, it looks like somebody did. Thank you. Let me see if somebody had responded to my message. Nice. Sweet. All right, we're going to be able to do this. Okay. And then daemon, I think daemon, I'm not sure if that actually should be one because, and here's the reason. I think that would only be one if you're using Sentinel. But let's see, because we don't want it to run in daemon mode to fork. Basically, we don't want it to fork itself. The process. So fork, in this case, referring to process. We don't want it to fork. Or JSON RPC. They could have just called that JSON RPC, whatever. Set 1 if no supervisor daemon exists. So I'm actually going to set this to 0. And I'm not going to worry about setting the server RPC to 1 yet. I'm hoping that we get to choose our own port. That'll... Otherwise, there's going to be something obnoxious again. All right. Sentinel. Yeah, so we don't need to do Sentinel. We don't need to install Python. We don't need to do cron tab. I mean, basically, I think it would be good for us to add, and I'll put this in the issue over wherever I had the issue open. Let's see. Dash D service installer is missing. So, also we should include the open, is it OpenRC? Is that what it's called? Yeah, OpenRC. All right. Also, for the next PR, include OpenRC init file. Not for Alpine, but for Devuan. We also would need server equals 1 for Evo nodes. Daemon equals 0 with comment that we have a supervisor. Yeah, because what they're doing with Sentinel, what they're working around the problem of figuring out which init system you use, which again, the people who are savvy enough, here's the thing, the people who are savvy enough to not be using systemd are going to be using OpenRC. And the people who are savvy enough to not be using systemd or OpenRC, they do not need help, right? If somebody is not... So the idea of Sentinel, I think I understand what Sentinel is. Sentinel is just running a cron job and it's checking every so often, hey, is this thing alive? And then it's going to run it. And that's the reason that daemon is there, because the daemon equals 1 is there because Sentinel is going to run it and it's just going to check for the process in the process list. And if it's not there, it's going to run it. And so Sentinel doesn't actually want to be the supervisor. It doesn't want to be in control of -d. It just wants to make sure that -d is running. And so that's why the daemon equals 0 is there. So I think that we need to get rid of the Sentinel just in favor of saying, look, you're either going to be using systemd or you're going to be using OpenRC, or just use serviceman, because serviceman, unlike Sentinel, is not this tool that's going to be running. Well, it kind of does on Windows, but we could fix that, right? But Sentinel is this whole separate tool and toolchain. Serviceman is a single file that just runs the template. Okay. And then what was the other one that we have? Listen equals 1. Okay, good. So I know why they're doing this now. Cool. All right, so let's go back to the main documentation here. We're just going to take it step by step. All right. MN sync status. Master node. Wait, we did not do that part yet, did we? Master node, BLS, priv key. Ah, okay, I get what we're doing. All right. Yeah, I think that they should just go with standard. They're doing this a bit too custom. They need to just go with the standard locations of things and not like they're trying to. I understand what they're trying to get around here. Okay, so 998. Let's make sure. Is it 998? No, because we're going to do testnet. So testnet is going to be 19998, right? So I think we do testnet. Okay, cool. Is blockchain synced? Is synced? No. Okay, cool. All right, so that's going to run. And let's make sure that this is still running. We're gonna... I think I might risk restarting. I don't know if I want to do it. Okay, we need... There's some stuff we need to do. Also, the chat disappear? Has chat been showing up here? Because I have chat set to show up here, but it looks like maybe it didn't. All right. Okay. Okay, now chat should be showing up there. I don't know if it was showing up there before, but it looked like maybe it wasn't. All right. So, yeah, we need to trust that people who are... We need to give people the normal documentation for, like, this is how the average Joe that's setting this up, that's not super particular. I mean, here's the thing. If somebody's setting this up and it's like, their buddy's like, oh, you got to do it on Arch Linux, man. Arch Linux is the bomb. Well, then they've got that buddy. So when the instructions don't work because they're on Arch Linux, which actually they still should work either way. But if that were the case, right? I mean, you're not going to log into DigitalOcean and see, okay, let's create Arch Linux. Okay, so let's take a look here. All right, because you could do custom images, whatever, but I mean, all right, let's just take a look. Okay, so what do you see here? Ubuntu, systemd, Fedora, systemd, Debian, systemd, CentOS, systemd, Alma Linux, not sure, probably systemd, Rocky Linux, probably systemd, but let's just see. Alma Linux init system. Okay. So it's CentOS, so it's systemd. But we could be wrong. Let's see. Init. I mean, I could try it just to see what it has. Oh wait, they have RC right here. RC, no. All right, so I don't know. Let's ask our good friend. What init system does Alma Linux use? Systemd. Okay. That may or may not be correct. But it could be, right? And let's see, how about Rocky Linux? Systemd. So every single one of these is using systemd. And I think that makes sense because I think Cloud Init requires systemd. I could be wrong. Does Cloud Init work with OpenRC? Systemd. Okay, so any VPS, any modern VPS is going to work with systemd for this reason, because the provisioning systems that they use Cloud Init, and Cloud Init is tied to systemd. Now, I'm pretty sure that Cloud Init can work with Alpine, but -D can't run on Alpine because of its dependency stack and weirdnesses in the toolchain. Or it possibly could, but somebody's going to have to do the work to figure that out. This isn't for the average Joe. Okay, but here's the thing. The average Evo node person doesn't... So they have the money, they don't have the technical skill. So this does need to be for... The instructions say, get a VPS at DigitalOcean, blah, 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 right? Well, okay, let's go back. Linux server. It doesn't have to be a Linux server. You can do this on Mac. And I don't see any reason that you couldn't do this on Windows. I have to double check on that, but I think it runs on Windows just fine. So I don't think there's anything about this that requires Linux, but DigitalOcean. Where'd it go? Oops. All right, DigitalOcean. Oh, is it because this wasn't loading? All right, where was that at? Where? Or are you saying this right here is not? So I get that some people don't like systemd for what may be very legitimate political reasons. There's a lot of political controversy around systemd that I think is like, I get it. But the person, whoever is following this, if they're going to be on Linux, unless they are someone who has an Arch Linux buddy, and you know, there's just, we should just follow the standard normal, like, we assume that you're on a VPS that has cloud init. That's most VPSs. That's the default. If you are an advanced user, you know what to do. That's the way I'd say it. Okay. So I don't know where the stuff about DigitalOcean went. Okay, I see what's happening here. This is like capturing. Okay, there's some sort of plugin on the page that's capturing stuff. That's kind of annoying, but whatever. All right, let's get back down to this. All right, so we've got this. So there's a few pieces of documentation that I was missing from before. Got those now. Great. All right, we don't need to do any of this, I don't think. We do. The one thing, I think that we could broadcast a ProTX message from -TX. But I have not done it yet. It probably would require some modification because I don't know if it's just a comment. I don't think it's just a comment. I think it's got something different there. Anyway, we gotta... All right, let's double check. This thing's running, right? Updated tip, new best. Okay, is this the current time? Yeah, 12:02, 43. Oh, I didn't do Zifu. Whoops. Zif. I didn't do Zif. All right, there we go. So there we are. Progress, we're only at 20%, 17%. It's going to be 18. Okay. That's a problem. Now, I could go to one of the other, and we may do this. I've got other nodes that are already set up. So this may not be a problem. We'll just keep going through the documentation. Continue with the registration step. Register. Okay, so this one, I think what I'm going to have to do... Opening registration from a hardware wallet. From... Apply changes. See, this should just be scan the QR code. Not enter in all this stuff. Should just scan QR code. My fingers were a little sticky and I thought it was the Mountain Dew, but now I'm questioning that assumption. Might have been something else on my desk that was sticky and not quite as tasty as Mountain Dew. Or even on the cup itself. All right. All right, register. Go back to DMT. All right, I've already got this. I'm going to do owner key, operator key, voting key is all going to be the same. All right, platform node private key. For Evo nodes, click the button besides platform P2P port to set the default values. What? No, I don't. I've been through this before. We don't need this. This just gets in the way here. Okay, so this is not gonna work. So it says to set the default values, but please tell me I don't have to use the default values, because that just makes it so much more difficult. Platform P2P port. Okay, I thought that this would happen. I want to check this out and make sure that we can do something different, because there's an issue here where it's if they're expecting it to be by the name of the IP address, well, it's they need to be able to put in here what's your SNI. If they're gonna require it to be on a particular port, they need to have some sort of server name indication. Okay, but whatever. But I mean, most of this stuff is stuff that I had brought up in the past. Okay, so we can basically abort this, because this is not going to work out. Because I was hoping to see that there was going to be set. Well, let me go look at the other documentation here. Evo node setup. I'm going to ask on the Discord. Okay. The port numbers get published, right? The P2P and HTTPS. So I don't have to use the defaults. I can pick ports that work for me. Let me make sure I use the correct terminology. Okay. All right, why is it having me do... DMT. Did it ever mention DMT before? Okay, no. That's hardware wallet. Option. It says option 1. Where's option 2? Alright, where's option 3? Registering for Dash Core Wallet. Where's option 4? Okay, I did this before. Alright, let me go back to the Evo node setup. I thought there was something else I needed to install. Okay, let me double check. I hope I've not been doing the wrong thing this whole time. I thought I was setting up a platform node. All right, what did I miss? Before you begin. Server configuration. Evo node setup. Send the collateral. Alright, I need a Dash address with a single unspent transaction. So, I don't think I actually have that, but, and I guess I need to go ahead and get that. I need to update my tools to work, to all have a testnet flag. Because this is a pain in the butt to do through these other tools, and it's very simple stuff in general. Well, not simple, but you don't have to download 40 gigabytes in order to sign a key or to broadcast something to the network. All right. So let me go back here. Actually, I'm gonna... Well, where's the inside at? Unconfirmed. Okay, good. All right, so what I need to do then is I need to create another one. All right, and then I'm going to do dash message, inspect. There we go. All right, so I need to get exactly... Dang it. Okay, maybe what I need is... Okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. Maybe I can set up another wallet on my phone as a testnet wallet. Think there's a way to do that? Alright, first let me see if I've got any money on this thing. A little bit. Okay, that needs to sync for a couple hours. Okay, what is the quickest way to send that money? Wish I had the test flags implemented. Dash. What do I have? Dash HD, dash message, dash wallet. What? That's not right. I have Testnet on here. What do we call it? Dash send. Hold on. I don't want to install Dash Core on here just to have it sync for hours and take up 50 gigabytes of my disk space. Alright, so what do we have? Dash TX, dash trays, dash keys. Dash site, that's what it's called. Dash site, duh. Alright. The question is, have I implemented testnet in dash site? I'm really regretting not doing that now. Alright, so we've got the URL. Does it actually care? Oh, whoops, that was wrong. So can I do a dash site instance send? Let's go back up one layer. This is got dash. This is gonna need dash keys. Well, no, it's not. Okay, so we're back to dash keys because dash site is just gonna send the message. Dash keys is what's gonna create it. So I might just make a slight modification to dash keys, just ad hoc, so that I can use. Yeah, okay, because we've got the testnet stuff in there. But I don't think that I have. I don't think I have it exposed as selectable. Let's see. All right, so there's the constant for it. Testnet, testnet, testnet. Okay, case testnet, good. And then okay, testnet, yes, good. So decode. And the big question is, does the signing function already support testnet? So let's look for sign. All right, dash keys. Okay, I think what I did with this, which actually was the smart thing to do, was I think that we put the sign. Oh. Wait, how is sign not in here at all? Okay, that's not the smart thing to do. Because the keys is only about the keys. Alright, so this is going to be... Oh, it's at dash TX. Is dash TX where the signing is? Right. Okay, duh. Because that's where the signatures have to happen. Because you cannot sign without having the TX. So this is where I need to know, does this care about testnet? And I think it doesn't. I think I can just give it whatever I give it. Yes, because at this layer, you've already unwrapped the key. So when you sign, it doesn't know anything about testnet or not. Okay. Because the key has already been unwrapped and that information's already been thrown away. Okay. So I can probably get this working with testnet quicker than I can get... Let's see, do we have any other tools? Hardware wallet, that's no, can't do that. Dash core wallet, that would take hours to sync. If those are my two options, then yeah, I need to update this to work. Or it looks like it already works with it. I just need to send it through. So I should be able to create... Do we have dash TX CLI? Not yet. Alright, create memo. Okay, that was the test function there. Where was... Okay, let me just check and see if we've got dash TX CLI. I know we were. We're gonna work on that one. Okay, so I think we just left that to dash site. So let me check dash keys CLI, because this one we don't have the testnet flag for, but both packages support testnet already. Base 58 RE. Okay. Alright, let me take a look at this one over here. Oops, maybe over here. Dash keys, help. Did we put the sign in here? We did not put the sign in here. Alright. So we're going to need to sign over here. Okay, sorry. I just see that you've got a bunch of comments here. Will data contracts solve the need for ChatGPT? Most likely. Fighting metric and imperial system and its inaccuracies, blockchain definitely solves that. Blockchain is accurate down to the infinite digit. It's 20 millimeter, not 1 inch, but I guess I'm wrong. 13 millimeter shouldn't be as solid as 15. Well, so this is why I use metric wrenches, is because I've got a full set of metric wrenches and millimeters are pretty small increments. So I don't have to have the exact imperial size, and nobody that's making imperial tools is really paying any attention to accuracy anyway, right? So the tolerances are super loose on those. That's why all the American cars are falling apart all the time, because the bolts and screws don't actually fit together, because nobody knows how to measure them. That's why you get to get a Toyota, because they use the metric system. The nuts and the bolts, they fit together perfectly. See what I'm saying? Anyway, so if you are using something, you know, if you only need to buy a metric tool set, because And then unless you're working really, really small sizes, like 1/64th of an inch or something. But other than that, you know, once you get up to about 6 millimeters, and then you go all the way up to 27 millimeters, well, no matter what tool you have, or, you know, like no matter what it is in the Imperial system, you can find, you know, the metric's going to fit on there and it's going to do a better job than the Imperial one anyway. That I can still look before buying. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. So the race is on. I need to get this figured out before that thing finishes syncing. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy over the volume to the other VPS. That should be pretty quick. Because it's like 10 gigabytes, but they're going to copy it 100 megabytes per second. So, you know, take a couple minutes once it's actually synced. And I can pre-seed it, but the goal here is to go through and do the whole thing from scratch. So anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab -TX and did I put sign functions in this one? I'm gonna check and see. No, I think the sign functions are only in -TX. All right, so there it is. And so it is, to -TX we go. I'm just going to make, since I'm going to monkey patch this, I'm just going to make a copy of the directory here. Oh, dang it. But I'm going to have to, for the Pro TX reg, I'm going to have to, okay. Oh. I'm gonna have to wait for the thing to finish syncing anyway. All right, but I'm gonna work on this while we wait for this thing to finish syncing. While we wait for it to finish syncing, let's see what level it's at right now. Oh, okay, I mean we're getting there. We're making major progress. It'll be done in another hour, so I'll just work on this for an hour while we're waiting for that to sync. Okay, so all right, so here's one. All right. So we'll do this coin type bit. So if ops dot coin type. I think it was EC and EF. All right. Okay. So let me go look under here. Oops, I probably need to go in here and do an npm CI clean install. And let's see. Ugh. Oh, and this we shouldn't have to deal with because we're going to provide our own function for that. And okay, let me go check dash keys on this one. Kiwi Codger, what's up? All the best. Thanks. Okay, cool. So, okay, we do have the ability. Yeah, we're not passing this through at the command line level. But, yes, we do support Testnet. It's just not exposed all the way through the CLI here. But for this simplified version, let's see. All right, so where do we create -58 check? Right here. Base 58 create. So that's where we create it. All right. So yeah, we've got that in there. So what we need then is that when we call create on this, do we call create on this? Okay, so we're going to decode, we're going to do the checksum. Okay. Pub key hash version. Pub key hash version. Let me get back to you in just a second here. Pub key hash version. So basically, yeah, I do. Okay, so there is a part at which this right here versions need to be passed in right here, and they're not right now. So this is a problem. Let me see if I have a good idea of how to solve that. I think it might just be an init function. I think that's the way to solve it. Because in our... I don't like that, though. Singletons are bad. The other option is for everything to take an options object. Because what we... For better or for worse, dash keys... What is that on the end of my nose there? Dash keys is designed as a single... Well, it's designed as a utility library. How could I... solve this without a global init function? Well, it looks like the way to solve it is going to be that generate non is with to adder is going to have to take see which functions. All right, adder to PKH. That one just needs basically the option to define coin type. PKH to adder, that needs the... Okay, this one does have version pass through. Let's double check on this. Ops.version, encode. Okay. Adder to PKH. Decode. Next to bytes, yada yada. Address. Ops validate. Okay, so this one, it does, okay, it already handles that, so that decode already handles that. Okay, so this may, I guess this is where, bytes to hex, decode hex. Right, so I do think this decode needs a pass-through. So this would need to pass through. And this would need to pass through. And then I'm going to allow it to disable checking. Do this one like this. Let's try this one. Message, that message equals. That's still kind of rough, but we can work with it. Okay, public holiday here, Labor Day, 40-hour week, etc. Thought I'd celebrate by watching someone labor. Cool. Hang in there. Catch ya. Okay, thanks. All right, so I think that's the fix that we're going to need. Is that there's going to be, I'm going to need to be able to pass through and I'm pretty sure that the X key is going to be 111 no matter what. Let me see if I've got the documentation on that. That's probably under -HD. Go here. $111. Okay. So oh, whoops. This is not hex characters, is it? This is just normal characters, I think. Let's to do this real quick. I think that hex is a misnomer. 34. Let's just go double check on that. Oh, this one. Okay, because this is decode hex. Right. Okay, so let's try this then. Let's do... Alright. Decode base 58. No. Base 58 to hex. I should just run the -HD tools. No. Okay, so it's going to be not quite twice as long, right? 164, is that right? Okay. I need to go back to something else to just check again. Let's make sure that the output here looks about the same. Because base 58 is not actually a standard. Well, it is, but it's not... there's multiple base 58s, and some of them are wrong. Okay, decode. Or unrelated, not wrong, but unrelated. Will not give good results for us here and now. Okay, so this should be 168. Okay. And some of this still could be done a little bit better, but not, I mean, it's pretty good. Okay, so when we go to decode in either of these places, so the decode hex turns into the decode blah 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 blah. All right, let's see here. So these ops are pass through. All right, how's this thing doing? How are we doing in our race? Okay, still got some time. Once that's finished, then I should be able to use it either way, so.
Make my wish come true. Let darkness fade to light. Show me it's not over.
Okay.
Show me there's still hope.
Well, the question is, what am I going to be able to do once I get this thing up? So, I've got maybe another hour that I can stay awake before I'm just totally out of it. Mountain Dew's not going to help me enough tonight.
Show me there's still hope. Show me it's not over. Battles we can win.
Okay, I'm gonna go check instructions one more time here. Where's the no fuss Evo node? Because like at this point, I think the only thing that's different here from what we did before, and maybe that's it, and if that's the case, then great. Yeah, so we need to get the BLS generate, whatever the latest version of the BLS generate is. We need to get that in other code. Because I believe that the BLS generate version changed. And that was an issue. Masternode BLS private key. Alright, I'm very confused. Owner, payout address. Platform node ID. Okay. Platform. So this is where we get platform node ID. Must be. Oh no! Must be 2665 for mainnet. No! 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 Why? Why do you go through the trouble to have a registration system and then not use it for the thing that it's registering? I'm trying to figure out how to get an Evo node set up, because it looks like it's the same as the master node. It's just like there are some additional options, and I'm also trying to get while I'm waiting for it to sync, because I can't follow through with a bunch of the steps until it's synconated. And so I was also going back through dash keys and dash TX and identifying the couple of places where the options aren't being passed through all the way to be able to have a testnet flag. So how's it going, Jojo? But I think the only difference is some options that are set, but it's just a little confusing to me, because it's not in your face, super clear. Hey, here's what you need to set, and like it says Evo node setup, but it doesn't. I don't see how it's any different from a master node, other than there's one little place, right? Actually, I don't know where it is. I think with the ProReg TX, I think it's different with the ProReg TX. I do not know where platform is as part of this. So I'm not sure that what I'm doing right now is actually the value that we thought it was going to be bringing to the table, because I think this is just the same old thing. I don't see anything in here about DAPI or Grove DB or any of that. So this just seems to be 100% development dashmate. So I don't see anything in here about platform. Okay. Platform node private key. That's one of the things. Okay, and there's this thing down here that maybe I just didn't get far enough. Registering from Dash Core Wallet. Get owner address, voting address. Yeah, I think that's the only thing, but so I'm a little confused because I don't. Supposedly this is an Evo node, but I don't see any place where this is telling me the additional stuff that I'm going to be installing. Kind of, I reached the end here. So I did see where there's a little bit of extra stuff that goes into, the ProReg TX. And it looks like, if I'm actually understanding this right, this looks like what we have with dash sign will work. Collateral address, sign message. Because this is just arbitrary right here. And this is exactly how dash sign works. So, except that you need to give it a private key rather than a public key, because the sign message is using the public key to look up the private key. Dash sign, you actually use the private key and then you sign the message. So signing the ProReg TX, the Pro TX register submit. This is one thing that needs to be in Dash TX that we don't have in Dash TX yet. This is, well, there's a number of things that we'd like to get in there. For example, related to the let's see if I can find it here. Add testnet flag, add parser function, how to calculate signature. I think I need to close this out. Closing as sticky. Okay, I'm going to close that out and then I'm going to pin it. Oh, it's already pinned. Yeah. All right, so this one is the one I'm working on right now. I think this actually belongs in Dash site though. I'm not sure where it belongs. I'd have to look and see. I think we just broadcast it. I think it's a signed message, and I think we would just broadcast it with the instant send. I'm just going to put that there. Anyway, okay, did we get to 100% here, or... Oh, are we waiting? Oh, there's too many messages, so they got suppressed. Okay, yeah, that's 90%. Well, the thing is, I'm not actually going to be able to use this because there's no way to route to this specific VPS. So this requires there's no way to decentralize this. It requires that you're registered with a specific IP address and port, and there's no server name capability for it in any degree. So once this is done, I can just copy it over to another system. Anyway. Just caught up to live from being an hour and a half or so behind. Man, I can't believe you watch this stuff. You do it and then you watch it too? Dang, man. Woof. Woof. All right, James Doe says this is not for the average Joe. Yeah, this part's not, for sure. But, well, and what I'm doing is not even... We need to get better tools. We really do. And the BLS signature tool is one of them. We need to get this stuff so that you can just do the tiny thing you need to do. Now, the Tinder Dash one, I think the Tinder Dash is going to be super, super easy to pull out the key generation there. The BLS one is one that I think that Dash is the only... I think Dash Core is the only implementation of BLS as we implement it. I don't think there's... So in order to extract that and be able to use it, the only existing implementation, as far as I'm aware, is in Dash Core. We were... I want to go back. Hold on. I'm going to go look at something real quick. Did that BLS branch get deleted, or what was the deal here? I don't know where our BLS utility is left off. Because I think we actually do have a BLS utility. Let's see. There's just a couple of bits. where something may have been named incorrectly. Oh, I want to check that out too. Hold on. Ah! Why is there... There's this, and then what is this? Publish. Okay. Publish asset. Alright, cool. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Really good stuff in here. This is another one of those last mile things, though. There's just a little tiny bit left over. So is that the one that we're on? Is this on BLS tool? This is on BLS tool. Okay. Anyway, okay. Let me get back over here. I'm more so taking it easy and playing some games, and this is playing off to the side. Okay. Cool beans, take it easy. Alright. Yeah, doing the manual process here. One of the big things is just having a quick and easy way to get the test dash through the task the wallet. Anyway, let me go ahead and see. We got the create memo, inspect. All right, so I think I am just gonna. I understand what to do here. I want to get a PRN for updating this so it supports the testnet. I don't know that there's really much value in me continuing on to set up the node. I get how to do it. I get what the pieces are. If we could get the BLS and we could get the other key registration pulled out, we could do all this stuff and just have it be one simple step. You know, have it be. You know, we definitely have it be a lot simpler. Because this part where it's just running, that's fine. The part that's hard is sending the money around and generating the keys. Sending the money before you have the wallets synced. Just being able to send the money to an address that doesn't have to have a full blockchain associated with it. Okay, dash site. All right. And this isn't going to work. Bad request. Interesting. All right, here I just need to set this to testnet. Probably need to put that documentation up front and center here. Where's my ENV example? Okay, API URL. I don't know if I have that documented. Okay. Instant balance is not good. Oh, wait. I know why that is. Hold on. Okay, cool. So that's good. So then... what was I doing with this? I was going to send... I was going to sign and send. Oh, right. I was going to get the UTXOs. That's what we were doing. Do we have the --JSON here? Implement. Yeah! Woo! UTXO amounts. But I think I still need to get it in the right format. Alright, so we're going to do UTXOs here. There we go. Oh. Right. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see. Oh, I would need the list for where this is gonna go. I feel like I've got this already in a few places, so why project dash? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead because I don't have a lot of time. I'm gonna skip ahead to the dash tendermint. Is that under dash pay? Tender dash. There we go. I'm imagining this is going to be super easy. No! Why is there not releases? There's no releases. Okay, so we could get Go Releaser on this. That should not be a problem. Wait, there's Go Releaser right here. Why is it not being used? Oh, this is set up with the old stuff. Okay, so the project is set up correctly. It just, well, the original project, the pre-fork project is set up correctly. Okay. Hey, Shennik, what's up? You know, I have not read your messages from a few months ago because I knew that I was going to get back around to it. And so I just left them unread. So I haven't even looked at them. I just have the number 7. But now I'm finally back to things. So I will go look at your messages soon. Well, the goal here is actually not to do Dashmate, but to get things set up. But it doesn't really seem like there's that much. the like I was talking about before, the pieces that are the most obnoxious are super easy to automate with few exceptions. I think that people overcomplicate things because they don't understand fundamental basic principles. And then also they kind of have an over love for Dash Core. And what with the tools that we've created at Dash Incubator, we can streamline this process. There's a couple of tweaks that we need to make, particularly so that the tools work, that we document the way that they work with Testnet, and that we add the Testnet flags to the CLI stuff. But we can automate this away, and we can put it in the browser and just have it super easy to do. The exceptions are BLS, because I think that BLS was one of the things that broke during the chain halt, because the BLS versions, I don't know what version of BLS we're on. The only implementation of BLS the Dash uses is in Dash Core. So in the entire universe, I think the only tool that can generate a BLS key is Dash Core. I don't think that there's anything else out there. Actually, I think there was maybe a node tool that could, but it depends on what version we're on. But anyway, we should be able to have a standalone BLS tool that uses the exact BLS library. I think that should be one of the top priorities of anybody. Like, just and we have that if this is correct. So this is something where, let me go back here real quick to the BLS thing. Is that in here? Open tabs. Yes. Okay. So I would say take a look at this and see if this is the correct version of BLS. And if it is, let's just get this finished. And the other thing, thank heavens, the Tender Dash is written in Go. Now, we do have some problems here. One, that it still has that stupid fork thing there when that this is a hard fork. This is not a soft fork. But the assets have not been uploaded. And all of the tooling is there for the assets to be uploaded, right? So if you look right here, here's the Go releaser file right there. But they need to do the find and replace on the Tendermint with the Dash, whatever, so that these releases actually get done. Because once that's done, then this is going to be trivial to use to generate the keys that it needs to use. And not only that, but we could go through and we could actually find where those keys are being generated, and we can generate them no problem. That having Go utilities that do the types of things that need to be done here, not a problem whatsoever. So I think that this stuff is actually the problem is more in, again, it's the monolith mentality of like everything has to be together all in one giant huge piece, instead of just having, okay, here's the BLS tool, gen, sign, verify. Here's the whatever we're calling the Tender Dash thing, gen, sign, verify, right? We just need to have those things down, and then we need to have them in JavaScript so that they work in the web browser. And the BLS one, I don't know if that's going to be possible outside of WASM, because I don't think anybody knows how BLS works. There's very, very little information on the internet about BLS, and the information that's there is confusing, and the implementations differ. So, or at least from what I was able to gather, somebody who is intimately familiar with it might be able to pinpoint exactly, this, that, or the other, and have things move smoothly. That would be awesome. But I think that there needs to be a mindset shift in thinking about things as libraries and components rather than as a 7-year project. Because so much of this stuff is just going to be so easy to automate once a couple of missing pieces. So we can automate almost everything. Also, there's things like Sentinel, right? Sentinel is kind of, there may have been a time, maybe 10 years ago, this made sense, but this does not make any sense today, because all cloud systems use Cloud Init. Cloud Init relies on systemd. So every Linux uses systemd except for the ones that use OpenRC, and those are Gentoo, there's Arch, Alpine, and there's a couple others, but pretty much there's only 2 init systems. So we don't need to pretend like we don't know what supervisor is being used, because we know what supervisor is being used. If it's not systemd, then it's OpenRC. That's the end of that story. So we don't need to have some sort of, special custom configured watchdog, because this is already part of the operating system. And if you're on Mac, it's launched. And if you're on Windows, then it's not as straightforward, but still, these extra steps of having to install Python and virtual environment and Sentinel, that's the editing a cron tab, none of that is necessary at all whatsoever in the slightest, because all of this is already done by the operating system. So that's just complete duplicate work. Delete the whole thing, get rid of it. It's completely unimportant. The idea that you need to wait for a sync to finish, this is also silly. The only reason you need to wait for the sync to finish is because a lot of the commands won't run while the sync isn't finished, but the commands don't actually need any data from the sync. So that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out, is what are the pieces that actually need to be run, and then how do we just simplify that? -evo BLS. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know why that's coming up as first result, but we'll just go here. That does not exist. There is no -evo BLS. Okay. Yeah, okay, so if I remember correctly, is this the current version that's actually being used? Because I think there was a few problems with this one. I think that this one is not actually JavaScript. I think it's transpiled from C code to WASM. It'll work, right? If we want to get this simplified, this is not really the way to go, because look, see this, shifted, blah, blah, blah. Right. So this one, first of all, BLS is difficult because BLS is a moving target. It hasn't been finalized. And I don't know, maybe we're just going to keep using the version that we use. But also, so this is this doesn't work. This is not cross-platform. This is not portable. This is not something that you can easily get releases for. It does work in Node, but what we need is we just need the algorithm implemented in a way that you can easily run this cross-platform. So this is a stopgap, but this is not the solution. And we do need to know what version of BLS and what parameters of BLS that we actually use, and I'm not sure. I know that it was in a PR to update the version of BLS, and I believe that was part of why the chain halt happened. I could be wrong about that, but I think that was part of why the chain halt happened. So anyway, this is not... it's good. It's better than nothing, but it's not much better than nothing, because if we go back in here, I think this still has the problem of... I think we looked at this, and in order to get this to build... it had some find and replace script or something. Oh wait, this is new. Oh, they're porting it to Rust? Is that? Are they actually going to implement this in a safe language? Okay, that's weird. Oh, they got the GMP. Yeah, and then anyway, so this is still super 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 messy. It is not. I think that this is a bad layering of abstraction because, well, I mean, it's like it should just be written in Go. Just write it in Go, or get the C++ program to build. So the same stuff that this is based off of is what the Dash Hive one is based off of. But this one is just the C++ code. So if you go in here, it's not like a bunch of wrappers. This is what is necessary in order for this thing to work. And this should actually build cross-platform. I think. This breaks it down to the core components. So much more manageable. And then, all that other stuff, really, that we need a source from which to port things. Not bindings are a bad idea. Bindings lead to security vulnerabilities. They lead to memory corruption. They cross the safety boundaries. If you need to do a binding to a Go program, it's no longer a Go program. It's no longer using the Go runtime. It's now using the Franken runtime. You lose the portability, you lose the security. So the real solution to this stuff is to get it written in languages that are safe and effective. But yeah, integrating into Dash Core is definitely the wrong idea, because your things need to get out of Dash Core, not go into Dash Core. There needs to be just simple things that they implement. Now, when you talk about an application as a whole, yeah, obviously the application as a whole needs to have a lot of different components, but most of those components, exec out. That would be the stopgap solution until things can be written in a safe and effective way. But anyway, so yeah, I don't. Yeah, as a stopgap, the Node BLS thing could work if it's the right version, but we need to have something that can do simple operations like gen, sign, verify, and compare the two and know that they are correct. And I think this does that. I'm not sure if this does that or not. Let me go check the code again real quick. So do we have a bin? No, so it's got the JS bindings. Do we have a bin? So where's NPM at? Do we have NPM? No. Okay, so no, we do not have that with this. We could probably build that with this if this is the right version of the stuff. But we do not have that with this. This does not give us the ability to run a command to check that things work. This is all down in the library level. This is not something. Let's see. Do we have here? Yeah, but I think somebody did. Right, there was something somewhere I saw where somebody took that and then made it so that it could do the generate, but then we need to do the verify. We need to be able to say, okay, given the same seed, these two tools, and that's what we were doing here, right? Is that you can specify the seed here, and so because you can specify the seed, then you can guarantee that two implementations are correct. No, not here, wherever it was. But that's a critical thing, is that we need to know that the implementations, we need to be able to verify that given the same seed, the implementations come up with the same stuff. Oh no. We'll see how this goes. And the idea of having requiring Docker for TenderDash is just kind of weird because it's a Go program. So you should never need Docker for a Go program, and if you do, it should be from scratch. There should never Go already is Docker, right? It already is a self-contained memory safe environment. And it's already cross-platform. It's more cross-platform than Docker is. Okay, but let's see. Do we have... Oh, heavens no. Oh, heavens no. Why is there a makefile? That should be go generate, go build. What are they doing? Okay, so this is not actually a Go program. That's the problem. This is like a C program with a bunch of Go code. Dang it. Okay, let's see. Where's the build? I wish people would, especially with Go, people just got to follow the conventions and not roll their own weird stuff. You just go generate, go build. That is the way. There's like, why are you going to do something in Go if you're going to throw away what makes Go absolutely freaking awesome, which is that it just works. You don't have to think about it. You know, so I should be able to run go generate. Okay. Go build. That should be it. Okay. But why is there no... Oh no, code of conduct. What is that garbage? Yeah, okay. Where is the... where how do I build this? Where's the build section in the README? Oh no, I think we ran into this before. Ugh. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So this is a huge problem with the BLS stuff, is that, I mean, things like this should really, they should be written in Go first, and then when you've decided that you want the program to crash and you want people to have a bad experience, then go write it in C++ afterwards, and at least you have a reliable thing to port it from. You know what I'm saying? There are like 10 services to keep all things. I think there's only 3, right? All the configs, all the certs, the rest of stuff. Yeah, that... This is frustrating because I identified some of these problems and I tried to surface them early on, but... Or I don't know, not really early on, but 2 years ago. Like, these are problems that we don't need to have. It's just, I think people are... There, like I said, too much of a monolith mindset, and too much of a we're going too slow to stop and speed up kind of thing. Like, get the primitives in place so that, you know, like, we're going too slow to put our shoes on so that we can get faster. Like, you have to take the time to sit down and put your shoes on so you can run. And there's too many of these things where it's like there's simple solutions, right? Like, if you want to run faster, you put your shoes on, but you have to stop stumbling over yourself to sit down and put your shoes on so that you can then run. And so there's some things where it's like, yeah, it would be a diversion of a week to get this BLS stuff implemented, assuming that it's somebody who knows what they're doing. Because if nobody knows what it is, then yeah, it'll take a month or more. But if there's somebody who's dedicated to it and they know what they're doing, this BLS stuff is not. It's not I mean, you can see right here because Will did a really great job at the time of trimming it down. Where did that go? And it's not a whole lot. I mean, it's not unmanageable. I don't know where it went. There we go. And most of this is just boilerplate, right? And some of it's stuff that's not even needed, like HD keys. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't need that if that's related to hierarchical deterministic keys. And maybe it's not. I don't know what this is. But this is not insurmountable. Just somebody who knows what it is needs to sit down with it and put concentrated effort into it. But these stumbling blocks, and this is something we were hoping to. Anyway, let me see what happens if I do make. Do we have a configure here? All right, Webby CMake. I need to source. Right. CMake. There we go. What do you mean CMake not found? Did they change where they put the package? Uh-oh. Might have a slight problem here. Oh, no. No, why would they do that? Oh, crap. Did they really do that? No. Hold on. Oh. It could be a bug in Webby. I mean, not necessarily a bug, but they may have added more assets and it's selecting the wrong one. Let's see what happened here. macOS 10.10. I don't know what that means. Curse them. Please tell me that they did not. Please tell me that they didn't screw this up. They did. They broke it. Why would they do that? Okay, it's alright. People just make it complex when it doesn't have to be. Oh, whatever. This is the thing that's just so frustrating about development is it's just this constant battle of Let's see if we have. Do we have a bug report on CMake? Let's see. Okay. 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 This is not the end of the world though. Just it's such an uphill battle. Also, whoops. Also, RC and needs to be marked as beta. It's what was I trying to say? The fight against complexity is very, very hard. Because you can't make things simple as quickly as people can make them complex. And simplicity it takes intentional effort to make something simple. Okay. All right, and so then I'm going to do, it looks like, I don't know, I really do get, I mean, everybody knows this. I just get so frustrated with it all because it doesn't have to be hard. Things don't have to be hard. We make them difficult when they don't need to be. If we just keep to the things that work, it'll be so much easier. Alright, now, do we have CMake here? Okay, now we have CMake. Great. Mixing make and CMake and C and go. Yes. And Python is this is redonkulous. This just write the thing in a portable language that works. Okay. CLang. Oh, it wants the GMP library. Okay, so why was that not downloaded? Where third party libs GMP. Yeah. It's there. Okay, how about make clean? Is there a configure? No. Make. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to do something stupid. But I'm going to brew install this, even though it's a bad idea. Okay, now let's try this again. Alright, so where is... Why did it not build GMP? Oh well. Oh, so you really do... Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, well, I'm going to skip that too then. All right, so so hear me out. The key to making things simple, to making it doable, is to reduce the complexity of the individual components, right? So this is my beef with Docker. Docker is a great tool for a problem that people shouldn't create. And because we know people are going to create the problem, we have a tool that helps us manage it. And the problem is that people don't actually know how they accomplished something. So Docker is, I don't know how someone got this to work, but we have basically an image clone, right? So it's kind of like you're cloning the computer, and then you're going to ship the clone of the computer to somebody else to run as a virtual machine. In fact, that's exactly what it is, right? So rather than saying, okay, we have a set of reproducible steps with a tool chain that we understand, it's, we have no idea how this works. We hope that it never breaks. And we're just going to ship this thing with all of its security vulnerabilities, with all of its configuration errors, with all of its problems. We're just going to ship it. And to a degree, Docker is nice. It does that. It enables you to some degree, not have to worry about, well, by virtue of the fact that it's a container, you don't really have to worry about the security vulnerabilities because you're just exposing, limited stuff. But if you're linking to C code, you still have those vulnerabilities, right? It's just that they can't be exploited because then you can't get, just because you get into the C code that's in Docker, then you can't get out of the container to get elsewhere. So you can exploit the Docker instance, but then when you have all of these Docker instances that are all networked together and they're all privileged, then I mean, no, it's substantially better than just having access to a machine that has lots of capabilities, but you can still screw up the database, right? Because your Docker instance is privileged to talk to the database. So if somebody exploits your Docker instance, they can still get all the data out of the database. Your Docker instance is privileged to talk anyway. So Docker solves this problem that we just shouldn't have. We should be responsible people, right? And say, if I'm going to write code, I'm going to have documentation that someone else can run the code. And we need to be responsible. It's 2023. It's not 1978. Nobody should be writing C code. It's not responsible. It's irresponsible. It's immature. It's ignorant. That's just not something people should be doing, right? So, and then people overcomplicate things because they add more and more layers of abstractions, more proxies, more, and they do this in part because of Docker, because Docker, confines everything so well that now nothing can talk to anything, and so now there has to be all this orchestration, when really, you should just have 5 binaries. The binaries should just install into a path. They shouldn't need any administrator privileges. And then they should just be able to run their services. And if you want to, separate something and have the data storage over here or, storage volume over there, that's great. But, and if you want to package that together in a Docker instance, well, that's great too, because any tool that is well documented and works should work in Docker just fine. But we don't know how things work, therefore Docker. We don't understand it, therefore Docker. We can't communicate to people on our team how anything works, therefore Docker. That's where it's a problem. So first order of business is, how do we get this thing to run so that the people that need to interact with it can interact with it easily? And that happens down at the lower level, right? Of make sure the tool is smaller, simpler, easier to work with. And then you say, oh, well, we want to deploy this at scale through 75 global regions. Even though everybody has a good understanding of how these things work together, it's convenient if we run the build script inside of a Docker instance and then copy what came out of that, because this is a format that's basically a clone format that's an API, right? So then you're using Docker as an API, not using Docker as an excuse for not having documentation and not knowing how the system works and not having communication across the team. So that's my frustration with it. Anyway, so yeah, this doesn't mention anything except for the Tendermint, and I don't think that this, or Tenderdash, and I don't know that Docker was ever mentioned anywhere else in here. Docker, group Docker. Oh no, thank you. No. Okay, so this is another thing. That just replace that with Webby. Webby node at 16. Boom, done. Don't have people who are not well-versed node developers installing NVM. They're not. People don't deserve to have that cluttering up their system and infecting their shells, and yeah, just no. Yeah. Okay, what are we? So the ideas to, and that needs to be 18, not 16, because 16. Oh no, is this still in limbo? Because there's the thing with the ripe MD. That, well, whatever. I guess it should. The fix for 18 should work in 16. Okay, whatever. All right, Dashmate. What? Okay. First, remove the complexity, then package the simplicity. Whatever. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'm convinced enough that these tools do not work individually. Well, at least Tenderdash does not. Maybe there is. I'm going to search one more time to see, because I did not see anything in this to tell me how to build this. Protocol, documentation. Okay, let's try the documentation. Releases, and none of this documentation is correct. Meaning this is all from the soft fork. Single node, local cluster, install instructions. I'm looking for the build more than anything. Tendermint and Rust. Uh-oh, that's scary. How do I build it? Okay, I just ran make. I didn't run make install, so let me try that. I typically... What? That's very scary. Why? Oh no. Oh no, why did it do that? Oh no. Why? Oh, what was I thinking? Now this has screwed up my system. Why was I doing this on my local system? Because I was trying to build it and go. Because I wanted to see, okay, can we get rid of this? What's going to happen if I get rid of this? Okay, is this just... Okay, good. All right. It's just... that. Okay, excellent. Oh, no. What was I thinking when I put in my password? If I had been thinking clearly, I would not have done that. I do not want this clobbering my system files and just putting crap all over the place. And no, thank you. Okay, I could try it on Linux though, since we have a WinEvo node to do that. Oh, whoops. I'm not on my WinEvo node here. Let me go. Let me get up back on my WinEvo node. Oh, whoops. Let's do this. HTTPS. Man. But it's not... This is the thing. I don't... Yeah. How is anybody going to be able to develop on this? The individual components should work. I'm not going to install Docker on my personal computer. I will not do that. Like I it it infects the system. It is essentially a virus. It eats up all of your storage space. It eats up all of your RAM. It is running all the time. It's connecting to the Docker services and doing who knows what constantly. No. Docker is not. I'll put it on a VPS, but I'm not going to put that on my own system that I want to have work properly. And I think that having to install Node, to install Docker, to install Python, to install CMake, to install C, to install Go, this is the wrong direction. The complexity needs to be eliminated. TenderDash should work. It should be possible to install TenderDash. That should not be an impossible thing. All right, I'm expecting the Linux CMake is going to work properly here. All right. Okay, it looks like this is working. So we'll do sudo apt install -y build essential. So okay, you're telling me to look at the testnet setup? So go to this next piece here. Oh, okay. But this looks like the same thing. Mass node installation. Well, I was interested in Evo node setup, not so much test node. I mean, I guess they're one and the same. Yeah, this looks like the same. This is... No, I don't want to do Tor. So yeah, if you use Webby will do the GitHub release stuff for you, and it does have a command that will install the service. So you can see right here, shows you exactly what it's going to touch, and it sets everything up correctly. So if you just want to install -d, if you're not going through the full masternode bit, this is the simplest way to go. The only thing that you need to do is you need to select your, you need to set up your mount volume, and you didn't see this earlier, but if you don't have your mount volume, when you run the command to do the -d HD service install, when you run this command, it will print out to the screen, it looks like your volume isn't mounted. Here's what you need to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, and gives you the copy paste of it. So I could show that to you on a fresh instance, but it's well, I'll just show you. Well, no, I won't do it here. All right, so we'll do go generate, and then we'll do make. But Webby is at the right level. The individual components, right? So Dash Core, you can install via Webby. There's a couple things that could be, well, I don't know how to make it simpler than what it is, because the only thing that you need to do is to choose the volume that the blockchain stuff is going to be installed to. Other than that, it's correctly set up. It has a password set. Everything, the config files are in the right place. Everything is in the right place. Everything is set up. Everything is generated for you. Everything is explicit, because you explicitly see right here, here's all the places where there's going to be something. When it's done installing, it says, hey, you probably want to run this, or the testnet version, the -d HD testnet testnet service install, right? So it's going to print out to the screen. Here's what you want to run next. When you run the command, it gives you the help to let you know, hey, choose the volume to which this is going to be installed. And then, everything is explicit. Everything is before you. You don't have to do any configuration except the thing that you must do the configuration for. And that's the way that each of these things should work. So whatever the drive ABCI is, the drive TenderDash, the DAPI API, the DAPI TX filter stream, the Envoy, get rid of Nginx. There's no sense in having that old cruft when you could have Caddy. And I Envoy, I've never heard of that. No, I have heard of it, but only because of this. But whatever that's doing, Caddy would probably do a better job of, unless there's something really niche that it does that it's necessary for, in which case get rid of that thing. Because why do you want some weird niche tool that just like use normal standard stuff? You hate Docker. Good. Platform services there at the bottom. Sorry, I missed that. Let me get back to it. I will add the platform setup to the Dash masternode Zeus. It's just too early to do it because we're nowhere near stable. Well, this is the wrong perspective. This is the wrong perspective. What needs to happen, I agree with you. Okay, good. Update that tool, yes. But what needs to happen is that the components need to be simplified so that they can be installed, right? The fact that I can't install... okay, I had this error before. Why did I have this error last time? Okay, mockery. Okay, maybe if I just do go builds... Okay, the fact that there are no build and install instructions for TenderDash, this is a problem. Docker is not a solution to that. Zeus is not a solution to that. The problem with that is that there's no documentation. No one took the time to update the README. And there are core fundamental problems that need to be solved. Knowing how to install the thing, it can't just be that the 5 people that are in Dash Core Group are the only people that can figure out how to build this. The documentation needs to be there. There needs to be, like this right here. We've come across this problem so many times. This one right here. Will came across this. I don't know how he solved it. Maybe we have. Well, I think the way that he solved it is he pulled it out into its own tool. But I don't know. I'm going to have to go. But what I'm seeing here is that fundamentally the individual components don't work. And throwing it into Docker is not the solution. The solution is to document, this is how to build the thing. This is how to install the thing. And it should be small. Then when you go, with something like Zeus, Zeus would just be a collection of Webby scripts with some read-r in there, right? So I will go ahead and show you. So here's the -d testnet service install, right? So if I run it, okay, I would actually need, let me see, can I run help on there? There we go. Okay, so it will actually automatically detect if you already have a -core directory, which is why it worked the way that it did. But if I were to just run it and I were to give it, so let's say I give it datadir mount blah -core. So whatever it is, it needs to be -core needs to be the datadir. Okay. So if a matching mount -core is found, it will be used automatically. All right. So if I say this is what I want my data directory to be, because you can't, and the reason that this step needs to be there is because you can't store 100 gigabytes of blockchain in your home directory. That has to be on some volume. Even if it was on your home computer, you're not going to have 100 gigabytes on a home computer, right? Like, they've got 256 gigs on them. And like 50 of that is for Windows, right? Or whatever, or Mac. So anyway, so you need to be able to say what the volume is. But look, it gives you the instructions. That example needs to be cleaned up because that should show blah. So that where it says example there, that should show blah. I'm going to go ahead and just make a comment on that because blah is what I chose. Let's see. Issue. Let's see. -d. Also, example should be blah in this case. So I'm going to need to grab this. But literally, the only thing that it can't do for me is it's not going to do sudo. And it obviously can't mount the drive because you have to have the drive. You have to set that up. Now, we could do that through an API, but then it gets proprietary, whatever. But anyway. I'm glad we agree on this. The documentation is there. You just need to effing read it. Sorry, Quizzy Quiz, it's not. It's not there. No, that's not where the documentation goes, man. I'm sorry, but no. The documentation goes in the repository. You can't tell me I gotta check 15 different places for how to... No, that doesn't fly, dude. It doesn't fly. You are wrong. Like, no. This is where the documentation goes. The time hasn't even been taken to rename this to Tender Dash. Okay, that needs to be done. All right? And there needs to be a section right here that is how to build. This is a core component. This is not a proprietary system. It's not a proprietary system by a company where they need to hide away all the things, right? This is supposed to be an open, decentralized, consensus-oriented thing. You need to have in the README of the code how to set it up. You cannot tell me that I didn't read the documentation because it's not in the thing I'm trying to do is Evo node setup. That is what I'm trying to do, right? Now, granted, yes, I could use Dashmate. But the reason I'm not using Dashmate is because I'm going through and I am testing things. I am seeing, do these components actually build? Do they actually work, right? Like that's what I'm reporting on. So I need to be able to go through and do that. Now, if I have to go through this, testnet setup, whatever, but does this actually have the information on the tendernet or tender dash? All right, so clone. So this stuff right here This needs to be in the README. This is not where this belongs. This is putting the cart before the horse, right? Because you don't have the basic stuff working, and then you're trying to throw everything together in this big spaghetti mess that then you've got to, maintain. Get the components working. Don't look at this as like the giant monolith. I'm trying to solve the world's problems. Look at it as TenderDash needs to work. Boom. And you can have, you could have that parsed out and brought into here, but this is not acceptable to say, oh, well, I'm trying to set up an Evo node, so I should know to read all the documentation across all the repositories and all the different sections. Not acceptable. But I'm glad that that's there. So let's try it out. Look, I get you're frustrated because, well, I don't know who you are, right? But I know what it's like to maintain a project. I know how much it sucks when you have people that actually start to use it and then you find out, oh crap, we don't have this documentation. We don't have that documentation. This thing isn't set up. That documentation's already out of date. These two things don't work together anymore. Right? And I get that's the thing with Docker is like, okay, everything can be out of date, nothing can work, but the tagged version that did work is in the Docker container, and we just ship the Docker container. I get that. Okay, so this wants Python 3. Oh, and I think it's a Pathman not found. All right. All right, good thing to come across this. Oof, embarrassing. 3 different typos. Like Webby is one of my projects where I tell people if it doesn't work perfectly the first time, that is a bug. If there's anything that is confusing about the documentation that you cannot get the thing installed, that is a bug. And this is something where we actually do need a Docker setup, or it doesn't have to be Docker, but some sort of container setup so that we can redo the process over and over again and catch things like this. This is embarrassing. All right, well, and I probably didn't catch it because I've had Pathman installed. All right, I'll try to run this again though. That's not good. I don't know why this is compiling. I thought that this would have a pre-built binary. Well, while that's going, I'm going to go try to figure out why we have this problem. And it's probably in PyEnv. It's probably in the install script here. Yep. Man, that's embarrassing. I can't believe I missed that. I don't know how I missed that. Because... Dang. Oh, that would make some sense. Alright, let's see if this thing's done compiling. Alright, and this has an install error because... Oh no. Package config? zlib. Alright, yep. Okay. About libz. App search, zlib. I should probably look at my own documentation that warns about... There we go. All right. All right, let's check and see how's this doing. Okay, let's ready to try again. Wait, why is it downloading it again? Huh. All right, we'll let that one chug away for a little bit. Oh no, this is not good. I'm getting to the point where I'm not tired anymore. That's really bad. Okay. Lib LZMA. Okay, that doesn't look like too big of a problem. Okay. Make sure I've got that on the list. Alright, I'm not going to rerun that. Says the guy who just yawned. Did I yawn? All right, so why? Okay, this wants PyBind v2. Maybe I need to get out of here. Whoops. And then open up a new shell. And then try again, because I think it's just not finding it. All right, user include. Why do we need to do? Okay, hold on. Okay, I think this is trying to build stuff that I'm not even going to use or need. Yeah, look, third party. Why do I need a Python binding for a Go library? Okay, so basically it wants me to install. This is really rough. Now let's try again. Oh, I didn't install that actually. Hey! It's working. There needs to be a way to just pass the option to not. I don't. Yeah, the BLS lib just needs to be extracted. It just somebody who understands, because there are, I think all the primitives are there in Go. There are BLS libraries that have the underlying fundamentals, but someone who understands it well enough needs to put together the missing pieces in the right configuration. Okay, CMake, command not found. How is this possible? Didn't we just install CMake? So what is this doing? CMake. Did it override path? I'll do export path here and try again. That's really weird. How did it get its CMake command not found? Okay, let's do echo build path. So it seems like it overwrote the path somehow. I wonder how it did that. No, I've got the BLS library is part of core, but it's not. It's all this same problem happens everywhere. The BLS library needs to be a library. It needs to actually be a library. And it doesn't. Yeah. There needs to be a consumable, buildable set of this. But also, the Go implementation that needs to be made. This is one of the checks and balances things, right? If you're going to have something this complex across this many ecosystems, Python, JavaScript, Rust, you need to have a canonical version that you can use to test against the other versions to make sure that they are correct. And so Go would be the best language for that because it's easy to read and easy to write and has good test suite stuff built in. And so then when you go build it out in Rust or you go build it out in JavaScript, you have a canonical version that you can test against. The problem is I don't know if Dash is actually interested in maintaining BLS or not, and BLS is a moving target. There are no stable versions, and yeah, it's just there's lots of variation there. But yeah, I already have CMake installed. So it's not that CMake was missing. It's that it screwed up the path somehow. Okay, what's this one? No such file or direct. Oh, screw you. Alright, so at some point, something in here started running sudo without my permission. So again, this is another thing. So here we've got a security vulnerability. Is that as part of this installer, it takes it upon itself to elevate itself to administrator privileges and do who knows what. All right, there's the problem. Right there. That should not be sudo. If somebody wants to run sudo, they should run sudo. Or it should be a prompt that's very clear. Alright. Okay. Cannot create the directory. Of course you can't create the directory. Why would you create that directory? Oh man, this thing's so screwed up. And so my guess is that the BLS library is made by some mathematicians or something, and they don't know how Linux works, and they're just kind of like throwing stuff at the wall to try to get something to, you know, to cobble together. But it's you gotta like, it's the red green refactor. You got to come back and say, okay, now we're going to fix it. Now we're gonna make it. Yeah. So where is it doing this mkdir for the relic? Let's try this again. Okay. I don't even see where that exists. Okay, so there's no configure. Where's the configure? Ugh. Probably not worth it. Is there a Docker build? It looks like there might be. Build Docker. I'm not sure if that's... Okay, so let's say that... Alright, I'm just going to go back to allowing this to do sudo. And then I'm going to update that so that it is home app. There we go. Okay, so that's a build artifact. Okay, so this is wrong. Well, I guess wrong is a strong word, but it's not what I wanted. Okay. Ah, crap. Security's for noobs anyway. Okay, so make... Okay, I think this might work now. We'll see. Because it might come back and say, well, this stuff is not installed to user local. But it should just be able to find it in the build directory. C code is such crap. I mean, I'm grateful for the people that did CMake to some degree, because I think they solved the problem. I'm not entirely sure. But, yeah, it's a pretty lost cause. All right, give me just a second. I'll see what we can do for the next one. Okay. All right, so we're back to the libgmp problem. All right, let's go check this other documentation over here. All right, so I'm afraid of what make build Linux is going to do. Okay, so are we saying... Oh, that's so... So maybe we can ignore the... Nope. GMP. All right, app search GMP. libmath GMP. libgmp3 dev. libgmp10. That's one that confuses me. I don't know how that works. Let's see. Brew install. Okay. Mac OS GMP. Let's try with brew. Heyo! I think that worked. I'm not sure where it put it. Build Tinder Dash. Okay. All right, so back on the Evo node setup. Gen node key. Oops. Cool. But I think this was just a BLS key, so I'm a little confused. Because... So I thought this says generate a platform node ID. And so does platform node ID use a different BLS mechanism? Because we had master node BLS private key, which we can generate with BLS generate. Oh, but this gives it to us in a different format. So ID, type, Tendermint, priv. What? Okay, you got to be kidding me. Is this really? And I should have noticed this. Is this really just an ED 25519? Is that all this is? Like I could have just done that and go. Duh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why does it have a custom version? That doesn't look right. Why would it have a custom version of this? Oh, okay, because it's doing the read and then it... Yeah, okay. Well, that doesn't really... That should just be two functions. This is dependency creep. Because it's putting these things don't go together. Like BIP39 is its own thing. ED255 is its own thing. But this is just using standard crypto, right? Yeah. Wait. Oh, Oasis protocol. That's not good. Okay, so this is not standard ED25519. Okay. So it's not standard cryptography after all. It's some extra curve that is compatible-ish. Key size, key type. So what makes this... Okay. Alright, well, I guess I don't really know what that is. But, yeah, we could pull this out into its own library. This does not need to be in a mono repo style. And this... The whole BLS thing was completely unnecessary in order to get to this. See what I'm talking about? Okay, so what we needed was, we needed to get a key in order to do this setup, right? But in order to get that key, we have to build all of these unrelated things. We have to have Python, we have to have CMake, but none of that is necessary for the key itself. This is... As far as I can tell here, let's see if I think I could verify this. Okay, Tinder dash ED25519. All right, let's just try this out real quick. All right, so I'm going to copy over from Tinder Dash, crypto ED2259. So we copy this thing over, and then we're gonna have main.go, and well, let's go over back here to Tinder Dash. I just want to just copy something that I can delete from. Okay. So Tinder Dash. In this case, we're going to initialize this. We're going to give it the same go mod init. Hold on, let me go grab that. So we'll actually put this under crypto. We'll move it under there. We'll copy the go.mod. We'll do a little, let's see, crypto ED25519. We'll go back over here into commands, gen node key. Okay. Alright, apparently config. What do we need config for? We don't. We have no need for config. Alright. Oh no, types, that's not a good sign at all. Okay. So we could probably get rid of this though. Okay, so we got that BIP. We'll do that. And this, okay, this is another thing, is entropy mnemonic. Read mnemonic, command or standard in. No. From dir. So I'm not really sure where that node key from PIM. Use seed phrase. Switch. Default. Okay, gen node key. That's okay. This is going to be good. All right. So let's do this here. Types. Oh no. Capital G. All right, and then see, this is so wonkadonk because it's out in outer space where it's just not needed. Node ID from pub key. Let's go grab that. ID from pub key. Node ID from. Where's Funk? There it is. Oh, node ID is just a string? It's just a new type of a string? Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm pretty sure this is just, yeah, it's just using normal encoding hex. All right. All right. Okay, node from pub key, node ID, hex and code string, pub address. All right. So then where do we turn it into JSON? That's the next question. Okay, so node key, and literally just JSON.Marshall, that's it. Okay, so all of that ended up being this simple. Well, all right, hopefully it'll fump it. I don't think it will, but let's see. Okay, so the one problem I see here though is that the other one had. I'm gonna go back here. The other one had the type information with it, like it was Tendermint, this, that, or the other. All right, priv key ID. Okay, types.node key. Okay. So let's go figure out real quick which crypto are they talking about here. All right, they're talking about that abstract one. I can't actually blame somebody for abstracting the crypto module with a private key because the standard library made a mistake on that and they can't fix it because reasons. There are a few mistakes the Go authors made over the years, unfortunately. Okay, go run main.go. Go mod tidy. This is taking way too long. Alright, let's try this. Go.mod. Require. Just get rid of all this. Get rid of all the require sections. Alright. Whoa! What is going on here? This is ballooning out of control. This is pretty cool. The node key and the priv key need to be isolated from Dinnerdash. Yes, 100%. But you see that this is one of the saddest things in the whole world to me, is that Go is designed so incredibly well, and there's so many good resources for learning Go. With a lot of languages, if you were to ask me, hey, what's a good resource for learning X? I'd have to say, I don't know, because most of the people in that community are woohoo. But here, we actually have a lot of really, really, really smart people that are doing the right things. And then somehow we still end up with some of these problems. So, like, this is really weird. If we were to pare this down, this shouldn't be having 600 different dependencies on this. Let's see. Go tested by. It needs lib rand. Oh man, just so many. Just the Go authors they're just so good about being just clean code. So just to see these things, cross-referencing each other over and over and over again. Internal, let's see, mkdir internal. Okay. All right, so I'm going to just get rid of a bunch of stuff from go.mod again. Run go mod tidy. All right, so where did it fail here? All right, let's see. They may have had a replacer or something for Comet. What is this? What was that called? Well, that's really interesting. Uh-oh. I'm going to see if there's any replacers. Doesn't look like there's any replacers. Yeah, it's not what a Go program should look like. Anyway, I don't know if I finished saying it, but a lot of programming languages, I wouldn't know what to tell you. But with Go, there's just so many good resources that are just concise, easy to understand. All right, I'm just going to try Go build. All right. Wait. Dash Pay, Tinder Dash Crypto. Oh, right. I see what I was missing now. I guarantee you that this could be toned down quite a bit. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Go.sum. Alright, so I think the problem that we're having is that this version is too new. So we need to figure out what version of Oasis Core was being used here. And then make sure that that's the version that we use here. Alright, let's see if this works. Okay. Alright, so it actually does use the BLS somewhere, but probably... Okay. Alright. Let's see if we can figure out where this crypto is being used. Alright, our thing needs to use crypto for what? It needs to use it for pub key and priv key. Okay, so let's look for that. Pub key in crypto. All right, so this is just redoing pub key. Where's the type? Where's type pub key? Okay, and this looks all normal stuff. And then priv key is going to be the same. Okay, so how about we take that and then we just delete cryptostar.go and instead put this in there. And then we go do this one. Okay. Extra, that's stupid. No, you just call hex to string. You just use that. This is dumb. This right here is dumb because there's a hex package that already has a toString. And so to create an interface with it, I mean, there could be a reason to have like a marker interface or to, just give something a type. But at face value, this looks stupid because it looks like it's creating a thing called hex string, and then what it should do is it actually should do this and just say that it has a hex string method, because to do that twice in a row it doesn't make sense. Hex string. All right, we'll leave it there for now, but that's redundant because you don't make a hex string or interface, so you just whatever. Okay. This is coming together, all right? Okay. Alright, so that's just a type alias, which is fine. Alright. So ED25. Okay, so address hash. Cool. All right, I think I don't know. Fingers crossed, maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. Too many return values. Where? Where's there too many return values? On line 42? Oh. Yes! All right. Now, the amount of code that's actually necessary for that, probably nowhere near this month. And I might try to trim it down just a touch. So bytes. Where was that special bytes lib? I don't know what this init, register. Oh, that's all about. Oh, I see. I kind of see what it's doing there. I don't know if that's a standard thing or not. Anyway, so this could be trimmed down probably quite a bit. But there's some stuff that's not really in the right places. Only 62 characters in char string. Yeah. So when you, wait, this isn't even. No, you got to be kidding me. Please tell me this is not true. What? something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. This isn't using cryptographic random. This is just using a pseudo-random seed that's going to loop over. That can't be right. Bytes returns in random bytes generated from in random's global source. Was this just for tests or something? Like, why would you do that? Can somebody explain that? Why would you use a weak random number generator? Because the thing is, with a weak random number generator, once you've identified a sequence that loops, then you can figure out where the program is at, and then what the next thing it's going to generate is going to be. And there's only and it won't have the full key space. So wait, but are they using a random seed? That's the part where I missed. But it says default source. So because it would make sense if it was, okay, you're going to create, or you're going to use the interface. Or something. Oh, okay, it's so hard to read when people format code poorly like that. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run go fumpt just over the whole thing here. There we go. Okay, string from source, string, return, build string, build string. Okay, picker. Why? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, so what I was going to say earlier is what you do is you just generate random bytes and then you base 62 encode it. Or what I would do is I'd base 64 encode it and then just chop out anything that doesn't belong. So, you know, make it an extra 10. Say you need to get, 100 bytes. Well, generate another 20%, generate 120 bytes, and then just cut out all of the characters that don't match, and your chances are, as long as you have a minimum of, say you need to generate 10 bytes, you're still going to generate 20 bytes or whatever, right? But you have a minimum of extra bytes you're going to generate, and then, and then you do, 10 or 20% more. With a 1 out of 62 chance, you're not going to have consistently that many extra characters that are actually outside of the character set. But this is potentially dangerous. What is this being used for? So this is using CryptoRand. Okay, anything using libsrand? Okay, that's scary. Okay, test. Okay, all right. So this needs to be more clear that this is just for testing, because that was scary. Yeah, because this would be, I mean, if nothing else, this needs to be renamed to weak rand. But there's, okay, so this is, in Go, the random generator actually has randomness in it, kind of no matter what. And this is to prevent you from accidentally doing something stupid. So in your tests, if you use the random generator, your tests will not end up with the same keys. And I had this problem, and what I did to break it was I just reran the random generator until it, with the same seed, until it generated the same result, which sometimes would actually take a long time because every once in a while it's going to have to run many times in order to, so if you want to run 100 things, it's possible that many of those things will have to run 10 times before the random generator gives you the right sequence, even giving it the same seed. Okay, so it's scary that it's named Rand when really it's, and I don't know why this wouldn't just go in the test file. So let's take a look at this again. If we're looking at Tinder Dash over here, I guess, is it to make the tests run faster? And that's just a really weird choice. And why wouldn't it just go, I don't know. Okay, are there any files that are not test files? So let's go here and look for not test. Okay, so autofile uses it. I don't know what that is, but autofile uses it legitimately. Commands uses it legitimately. So let's just take a look at this real quick. tmrand. Namespace. Instrumentation. I don't know what that's about, but I don't think that that's something to worry about. But that, generally speaking, it's just, you don't use the weak random. I don't know exactly why they have it. Test chain. Okay, so test chain is going to use weak rand. Validator address. Rand validator address. Rand used in tests. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of scary. That should not be named Rand. That's... yeah. What is an autofile? Okay, that's all test files. Okay. All right. I'm just going to throw something up real quick. Oh my gosh, I have to get up in 2 hours. I need to go to bed. Well, this is not going to work out very well. That's okay. I'm going to sleep through most of tomorrow. But anyway, my guess is that a lot of this stuff could be omitted. TM bytes. What is that for? I guess these are test bytes. Hex bytes. What is lib bytes? What's up, Enoxidus? What? Well, okay, I kind of understand it. I guess BZ stands for bytes or something. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's actually cool. I like that technique. Mm-hmm. I have to think more on this. I don't know if I'd use this or not, because I think what I'd prefer to do is just have a stringified version of it. So, okay, if you want to be particularly performant, which I don't think you need to in this case, because we're talking about sending keys over the wire and serializing and deserializing, and this seems a little over-engineered. But if you want to be really performant, then you could do it so that when you marshal it directly into bytes. And when you unmarshal, unmarshal directly from hex into bytes. And that makes sense, because you get the performance advantage. So if you have your... Yeah. But, yeah. Okay. I mean, I could see some downsides to it too, but it makes sense, because when you... I like this approach. This is an interesting approach. I hadn't thought of that before. Oh. So the other function I did I just made myself was this one. So let me take that and put this up here. And I'm going to call it a night. This has been very interesting, very enlightening to kind of go through this. Unfortunately, I didn't actually get to run the thing, but just being able to get this far and I just want to get the stuff that's necessary in order to set up the master node needs to exist outside of the master node. So the process to do the setup needs to exist outside of it. And if we say, okay, the only way that it's possible to run this thing is in Docker, it's too complicated, too many people are incompetent, no one has ever written any documentation, we have no idea how anything works. You know, it has to be Docker. It's the only way, because we have no idea what we're doing, and we should all be fired. I don't think that that's the way it's got to be. But even if you want to say that there's never ever going to be a way to run this other than in Docker, there needs to be a way to do the initialization and setup step so that you just pass Docker an initialization file and then the master node is set up and running. But again, I don't think that that's really the way that's got to be. Somebody somewhere has information. Like, for example, it's not in the right place. It's in a weird place, kind of. But there was enough information here that even with some of the stuff not, the make file being weird and elevating itself to root permissions and whatnot. I was able to get far enough for it to, work. But we should be able to get the Tinder Dash. I mean, this is the thing, is it was working before, right? From the previous repository, Tinder Dash, when they pushed a tag, it was creating releases, and we don't just upload the API key, or I don't know exactly what it is that's needed, but it's in the repository. But yeah, this stuff needs to be isolated. I would like to go through here and see if we can get this other stuff to build. Sentinel is completely unnecessary in no way, shape, or form. Rust dependencies, you shouldn't need Rust dependencies. You should just be able to run. I mean, Rust is kind of whatever, maybe. I don't know. GMP dev. Okay. All right, but this is a good section here, I guess. All right. So drive. Oh, that scares me. Oh no. Oh no. Yarn is one of the worst things in the Node ecosystem. Because, well, somebody basically just tried to capitalize on an opportunity, which I mean, I can't begrudge them of that too much, but they hard forked NPM and kept it so that they use the package registry and make them pay the bill for that, but then just did a bunch of other things that were on the NPM roadmap anyway, just not as high priority. And they kind of forced them to make it higher priority, but then they break the package.json and then builds don't work anymore. And then it's like impossible to figure out how to get the stuff to run with standard tooling. But whatever drive is, I wonder if this has any documentation. Probably not, because it's under the platform mega repo. That's cute. I don't hate it. So I was just thinking this the other day. We need an env tool that you can do, a read, a write. You can give it a specific key. Because this, doesn't need to be quite like that, but. Okay. Master public key, master second key. I don't know what that means. Oh, yeah, that starts to sound scary. PM2, that's something we need to do away with. And again, it's like your operating system, unless you're on Windows. On Windows, I can see the impetus for PS2 or PM2 on Windows, because Windows does not have a process manager. But are people really running production node system? Or I guess it's not production, they're development, but like, are people really running orchestration layers on Windows with Node? Okay, so Tinder Dash. Got that. Yeah, I think there ought to be... Oh, so this is definitely a case for YQ, by the way. YQ... Oh, no, that's a TOML file. Okay, so we need I guess, a TQ. Is there a TQ? JQ, YQ, TQ? Do we have Oh, Tommel. Hey, YQ does Tommel. There you go. It ends up being like 100 megabytes, but yeah. So this would be where you would use YQ so that this could be readable. And you know, like, and the other thing is this is not portable, unfortunately. So SED, the -I of SED is not, it's not POSIX portable. So if you try to run it on Mac versus on Linux, you get different results, which is never good, but oops. Okay, yeah. You know, that's okay. Okay, good. Well, at least... There we go. That makes sense. Oh, no. And then Dappy is another one that's just so flippin' hard to configure. Okay, we got Envoy. Okay, I'm out. It's 4 a.m. I'm crazy. I'm going cray-cray. All right, I'm out. Adios.